Hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Nikki, it's so good to see you. We were talking about you last time. We missed you. I hope you're well. I hope you're feeling better. I saw you said you had a migraine. But good to see you. Did she have power back? Oh, did she lose power? I was afraid I was going to lose power. We stormed for like 20 minutes today, but it ended up clearing out. There we go. Oh, look, power. Yeah, see, I guess she must have lost power. Whee! When she was streaming, she did. Oh, shit. More Elden Ring? Hi, Oni. Welcome in. Yeah, we're pumping through. Alright, I want to get these twin blades, though. I love them. Yes. And I want her armor. Her armoire. Yeah, give armor, her armor. Because her armor's actually kind of cute. See? Like, her armor's kind of cute. Am I still heavy? No, I should be medium. I am, okay. Medium! My camera. What about my camera? Oh, you mean like... I get what you mean. It is cute. It's super cute. Look at this. And then my hat. My beautiful hat. Which I don't even know what I would change my hat to. The hat helps my cold sorceries. There's also this, which it drives me crazy. Look, it's 2 different color blues. Drives me insane. If it was the same color blue, it'd be different. It'd be on.
Oh, hello?
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 Oh my god, hello?
Oh my god, hello?
Oh, do we have a multi?
Yeah, we do. We do. We do. I literally copied it and I was like, wait for shared chat, and then forgot, like a bozo. There it is.
Yay.
Yeah, like a bozo.
No, that's not what I meant.
Yeah.
That's not what I meant. Yeah, like a bozo.
Like a bozo.
That's not what I meant. I meant, yeah, multi-stream link. Oh no. Oh no.
Tori, thank you for the lurk.
That's it. That means it's time for me to die. I'll be going.
Anyways, it was fun. Thank you.
It was nice knowing you all. Hi.
Hi. Are you ready to kill a sunflower?
Let's go murder a motherfucking sunflower. Oh, I should probably actually join you, shouldn't I?
Rip, we loved you, GG. R.I.P.
R.I.P. in peace. She died the way she lived, fucking awkwardly. Like an idiot.
She died the way she lived, embarrassingly.
Embarrassed.
All right, we are going to...
You changed your outfit.
Yeah, I got Rolana's armor. I spent my remembrance.
Remembrance.
My remembrance. We're going to the tree worship sanctum, I think it's called.
Yeah. Let's go worship a tree. And by
Let's
worship,
go not
I mean
worship a tree. Let's murder this tree.
Worship. That's a really funny way of spelling murder.
That's crazy. How'd that happen?
I don't know. It's a really common typo. The letters are right next to each other. Ready?
I'm ready. Okay, remember he
would it
charges the second we fucking get in here.
How funny would it be though
if this is the one?
Right.
That'd be so funny.
It's not gonna happen because I don't remember how to play this game.
Because it's been a whole week, yeah. my dodges are not good today. Hold on a second. Figure this out. Okay. Hold on a second. Dodges. What's going on here?
Oh wait, did you die?
Yeah.
Oh no!
Immediately died because I was like, I don't know how to dodge. What is dodging?
I was like, all right, we got this.
Meanwhile, it'd be so funny if this was the run.
Meanwhile, you already are dead. I'm like, we got this.
I immediately walked in and I was like, oh fuck, how do you dodge?
I have no excuses. It's not like I played any games.
Who is she? We don't know this dodge. Yeah.
Who is she?
Who is she?
This dodge? She sounds like a bitch.
She sounds hideous. Hello, tree. I mean, sunflower. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you. You're a sunflower, beautiful sunflower.
No insulting. How dare you call it a tree?
Getting moved back here. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sure. So, basically, we didn't get it the first try.
No.
Well, no, but we're not trying yet. Remember?
Yeah, exactly. This is just practice, guys.
Okay. Let's practice. We haven't even tried.
Yeah.
Not even a little.
You know, you gotta warm up. We're just starting for the night.
We're basically doing our stretches.
We're running a couple laps, you know?
Yeah. Doing some toe touches.
Yeah, exactly.
We're doing great.
I believe in us.
Shadowkeep. I thought that said church disaster.
Yep. That's exactly what that said, actually.
Church disaster.
Welcome to church disaster, Shadowkeep.
I believe I think I love.
I hit the button, you sons of bitches. What?
Oh.
How did that hit me?
Well, he has these arms.
Yeah, but like I was in his armpit. Yes, Oni, we are currently in the DLC.
We DLCing.
We DLCing what's going on.
Got it that time.
All right, listen up, chat. Okay.
Hiya.
She can't hear me right now. And do not say this in chat. Don't repeat this in chat. But she doesn't even realize this boss has 3
I'm
phases,
dead.
not 2.
You don't have to shoot fucking lasers at my corpse.
We've only gotten to 2.
It's fine. Or maybe you do. Maybe you do have to shoot lasers at my corpse.
Yeah, I mean that's the best way to just be sure you're dead.
I don't know his life.
I know, it's so obnoxious.
I updated my OBS finally. I've been like putting off
Same
doing OBS upgrades.
Procrastinating on
And
it so hard.
I hate the way the audio sliders look. I'm just gonna throw that out.
Really?
Yeah, I hate it.
What the heck?
But I'm a weenie when it comes to changes. I'm still not upset that they changed Excel at work.
Oh shit.
I spent all week.
I couldn't back
being
up and healed in enough time.
Yeah, I spent all week being upset at tiny little aesthetic changes in Excel.
Aww.
They added rounded corners where they didn't need to be.
Ew, rounded corners annoy me.
Like, sometimes they're fine, but
Yeah,
also,
see, it's hard to get out of that one in enough time.
You have to, you can dodge it, but you have to time it.
Yeah,
right?
you have to time it.
I'm not good at that.
Or you have to get out of it, which is also hard to do. Near me.
Or you could just get out of it.
Or you could just be good. Jeez.
Or you just get good. God.
Or you could just get good.
Quick, someone call Scott and bring the roundup. This is one aggressive weed.
I mean, is a sunflower a weed?
No.
I feel like he's just a grumpy flower who is like, he has outgrown his welcome. Haha, butt up tis, get it? Oh, I pushed the button. I hate that. I hate this game. I hate this game. It's broken. It's so broken. Back up, let me heal. Come on.
Please, bitch, please. Ah. Ah, fuck you. He's slamming me. It gets slammed on my head. Okay.
I need a better ranged fire spell.
I need my mimic to be better.
Oh, hello. No, please don't do that.
Hello.
I'm leafing with all these plant jokes.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
The plant jokes.
Oh my
You're the
gosh.
one with it. You'll get to be angry about them when you're the one making them. Rough. Uh-oh. I forgot to die. Ah, yes. Okay, we're doing great. Hi. Would you like to bleed?
Bleed.
Ass bitch.
Bleed. Bleed.
I
Get
got
the
him.
riposte. Get the riposte. Get the riposte.
Oh, I thought he was dead.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, if you get the riposte when the next phase, he has a little less health.
Oh.
Mm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. But he's gonna spawn on me. Nah. See?
No.
Little less health.
Oh. Remember the first time when I thought he had been dead?
Yeah.
What a time that was.
What a time. What a time to be alive.
Last week. That's the time.
Yep.
Come back. Could you stop zooming? I'm just trying to catch up to you. Oh, no.
Shit. Oh my god, I'm alive?
Oh my god. Oh, fucking lasers. Hello. Oh no, he remembered that I exist. I really wish he hadn't. Hot dodge. Ow.
Oh, come on. And I have like one heal left, I think. You son of a...
You son of a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 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 Oh, there's a tree. I'm like, why am I not moving?
No.
I thought I had
Good run.
enough.
Good
I thought I
run.
had enough health. I did not. You son of a seed. Seeb.
I might give myself a smidgen more health.
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 Started having more protein and hydration with electrolytes and been feeling like shit for like 2 days. You have to like couple it with other shit, and I don't like doing that.
Yeah, why would you do that? Okay, I'm ready.
Ready?
Let us begin.
Let us murder.
Boop. Boop. Aha, dodge. Dodge. Not dodge. Not dodge. No. Why me?
Come on, Mimic. Get him. Ah, fuck. Hello. One of those times where it's like, bully him! Oh. I got bullied.
So did I. So did I. Fine.
It's fine. Who has the best snacks?
I don't have any snacks tonight. I had pepperoni rolls earlier that my mom made.
I don't snack on stream.
Snack.
I snack in real life, but not on stream.
Shreeb.
Stweeb. But I've been in a very, like, chips and dip kind of mode lately. Like, all of my snacks have been dip related.
Dippin'? You be dippin'?
I don't hate your food choices. I just don't snack while streaming.
No, you hate all of our food choices too. We talked about this last week.
I don't. Just 'cause I don't like some things doesn't mean that I hate everything. I'm just saying.
Oh shit, I was casting. Oh shit, I was casting. I couldn't get out of it.
Oh no 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 no! Do you like my song?
No no no
I
no
wrote it.
no.
I wrote it just for this. Hello. Hello. Hi. I want some sunflower seeds, bitch. Give me your seed.
Seed.
Give me the seeds in your face.
No, nice stun, nice stun. Get it, get it. Nice.
I don't hate
Good job.
everything. I don't approve of this narrative.
I hate this narrative.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I said I don't approve.
I know.
Okay.
Y'all did it? No. No,
No,
we
no.
did not.
No.
No. Not quite.
Hence the lack of celebration.
Yeah, no.
I'd love to be like to that point of playing any game where defeating a boss is just like, all right, and now let's just keep going.
Anyways, that was fun.
Anyway,
Next.
no even comment on it.
Next.
And just move on with our lives.
Am I heavy now? No,
You love
so,
me
okay.
in spite of my existence. In spite of everything about
no,
me.
it's to spite your existence.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Hello. Ow. Ow.
Whee.
Don't look at me. Why are you looking at me? I'm not gonna.
Oh, I do no damage, huh? Okay.
You do no damage?
Well, because I switched to a different weapon to see, and it doesn't. Yeah. I did a little switcheroo.
You think by now I would know how long my blood animation is?
No, you never learn.
Turns out I
Never.
don't.
Oh, this weapon powered up might actually be decent. Oh, no!
Oh, no.
When you're so close, it's so hard to see.
It really is. Oh, okay, my mimic is dead now too. It's just me! Oh no! Oh.
Leroy Jenkins! Hello, welcome in.
Leroy
Jenkins!
Except it's ooh! Leroy!
Ooh! Oh my gosh.
Kill me.
All right, hold on. I do want to just run to round table and see if I can level up these swords real quick. These swords real quick.
Is sword?
These swords. All right, I need to go over here and get some sombers.
I'm just gonna chill here.
Oh yeah, I'll be quick. I shall be quick.
I'll stay in the car while you run to the store.
Yes, just leave the window down.
Keep the keys in the ignition.
Oh, that might not be enough. We'll see. I knew that wasn't enough. Any more money?
I did have candles last night when the power was out, but no, I ain't been sniffing nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. Also, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm always like this.
Also true.
A menace.
Also true.
A menace to society. I learned it from my cat.
Oh no. These are so expensive. Oh my gosh, I have to spend so many runes, guys.
So many wounds.
To purchase stuff for my stuff.
But what are the runes for, if not for this?
It's true.
It's true.
Okay.
I like how I can hear the sounds of you.
My runes cracking? I know. Yeah. It's very funny. Alright, I don't know silly. What I need though, so let's...
Oh, hello.
My warming stone? I know. I honestly should be getting more warming stones in base game. They're just not as effective.
It's because you're here.
I'm here?
You're here.
No, I'm here.
No, you're right
I'm here.
Rafaz, look, back me up here. I'm not
I need more money again. I'm screaming internally, guys. I don't know if you can see it, but like inside, I'm like, because I need more money again.
Bro, isn't that just the way it will?
Now I'm coming back.
That's how I feel IRL.
Screaming.
Internally, because I need more money again.
I always need more money. Okay.
constantly
Let's try
screaming.
these bad boys. All right, are you ready? I'm ready.
Okay, I've got one more chair to smash. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm not waiting.
Hey, listen, you left me alone. I was bored. Ow. Fucking, it got me through the door again.
Lol.
That's ridiculous. Ah. I love when you scream in lowercase. Ah. Ah. I'm not doing anything.
I am doing horrible. I think I've been playing too much Night Rain. I'm like, I need to slow down.
I don't think I'm doing any damage to him. He's definitely damaging me, though. Okay, it's fine.
Okay. Well, this one will be the one.
This next one? Yeah. That one wasn't even practice. That was just like getting the.
That was just like a silly joke.
Yeah, that was funny.
That was just a silly, funny little joke that we just wanted to play on you guys, chat.
Ha, lol. You thought we were really trying? How embarrassing for you.
How embarrassing. Okay, physic. Traversing mist. Mimic, which I don't think is even fucking doing anything. Heal. Dodge. 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 Dodge.
Dodge.
That's all I do ever.
That's pretty dope though. Oh, sword. Oh, look at it. It's doing some damage. Oh shit.
Yeah, he did some damage to me.
Some damage to me.
Okay. Yeah, keep doing that, Mimic. You're doing great.
Oh no.
Oh.
Okay, don't.
No, don't.
Okay. I'm alive. Oh no, there goes my mimic. Oh. I was like 3/4 health. That's some. Half the time, those thorns do like a little bit of damage, and the other half is just like instantly dead. And I hate it.
No. I don't want to be by myself. No.
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 Don't want to be.
No.
No.
Don't leave me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't
Why
want
do you have to spawn like in my face, my guy?
my guy.
My guy. Okay, why are you like this?
Ugh.
I know.
We're doing better.
Yeah, much better.
Oof. I think the worst part about the power going out last night was that you couldn't have the evaporative cooler on all night.
Oh, yeah.
And so it never got cool enough.
I just am. This is just the way I am. I just am. You are. You just are, Nikki. It's true. That's just the way you are. Who are you slinging at here? Okay, that one was me. Oh wow, okay, rude. Disrespectful even.
Oh, rude?
No, come on.
Hello, sir.
Alright, as long as my mimic just keeps doing the fire trick, we're totally good.
Yeah, we're great.
I said we're doing good, yeah.
So good.
We are doing so good. Look at all the damage. So much damn. So much age. Oh no! I didn't dodge. I didn't dodge.
I died a very long time ago.
Oh! Oh!
See, yeah, we're doing so good.
We're doing great!
We're doing amazing.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm doing fantastic.
All I ever wanted to be was dead, so it's perfect.
Gosh. It's so silly.
Don't kill me. Just a baby.
Alright, whatever.
Don't.
It's a little
Don't.
disrespectful, but whatever, you know. Oh, come on! Nope, nope, dodge, dodge, dodge. Oh, okay.
Hi, Ferret. Oh, it's this asshole again. I don't know what you're talking about. We certainly didn't spend the entirety of the end of last
Oh,
stream.
I'm live. Oh.
That was some GG ass timing right there. I'm alive. Oh.
I definitely did not put any effort into dodging the next hit because I thought for sure I was dead.
You marched in a parade that was way too long and fast? What parade is this? And on July 12th.
Good job.
Your feet hurt? Yeah. Why is due parade? Bear Paw Festival, obviously.
Why is due parade?
Why is due? Oh no, 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 no. We both ran the same direction. Oh no.
It's okay, we're doing great.
Just a big Alaskan festival. You know what? Fair enough. That's a good enough reason. Do you do it every year?
You can't just ask someone if they do it every year, GG. Jeez.
Right. I'm so sorry. Ah, no. I know. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm so embarrassing. First year marching. Got it. Get bullied, bitch! Oh, no, 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 no! Oh, no. That's not what I was talking about, you guys. Taking my words completely out of context.
No, no, no. The
No,
words
no,
were
no.
right there.
Where's his face? Where's his stupid face? We did it! Just
We
kidding.
did it!
Just kidding. It's just me, myself, and I. I'm alive. I am not dead yet. I am almost dead. Oh, okay. I was trying to heal and I failed.
Yeah, it's hard to heal during that.
He's a little bitch.
He is a little bitch. It's totally the truth.
He's a tree bitch.
Well, he's a flower. But he's still bitch.
I know, I'm gonna call him a fucking tree just to insult him more.
Wow, you can't just call people things.
I'm gonna.
Oh
It's a
my
free country.
gosh. Holy shit, chat.
First Amendment. First Amendment says I could
First
call...
Amendment.
First Amendment says I could call that fucking flower a tree. And no one can get mad at me.
And I can call that tree a flower, and I can do whatever I want to do.
I can do whatever I want.
My mom said I can say...
I just heard about this thing called the First Amendment. And
it means you can just say whatever you want.
And no one can get mad at you.
Yeah, it's against the law to get mad at me.
It's against the law to get mad at me.
It's against the law.
It's against the rules. You could get arrested.
You're sent to prison.
The police are gonna come get you. You can't do that. I was in the middle of fighting you. Stop.
My mom said you can't do that.
Your mom said no. It's okay as long as you say no offense first. That's true. Hello. Hello. Remember last week when you're like, oh my god, you're so good at dodging. Remember that?
I do remember that. Maybe you should be that person again, Gigi.
Okay. Wow. Listen.
I'm listening. That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
My point stands. I'm glad you were listening. Maybe I should try switching my weapon again.
The stupid sunflower took me a while too.
A stupid sunflower.
Mm-hmm.
You stinking plant. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna switch my weapon.
Of course, I have a different build, but you know, it's fine.
Actually, my weapon.
What have you been using, milady?
Yeah.
And you're gonna switch back to your Uchigatana?
Yeah. Or maybe I'll just change the Ash of War.
Well, you can put Bloodblade on it, but have it be a fire affinity.
I can't, I don't think.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm. I'll try again, though. Did I unequip everything? Yes, I did. Okay. Like a dingus. I'm like, why do I not have any Ash of War?
No Ash, no war.
No Ash. Yeah, I only have standard poison, blood, and occult as options with Bloodblade.
Oh, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Thought for sure it'd be like a little cheese.
What's this one? Blood tax. Does lightning hurt it?
I don't know. Let me look up what its weakness is. I know it's weak to fire. That's all I know.
Oh, let's see. I'm gonna try it.
You can try it. Just roll with it.
Yeah.
Send it. Full send.
Full send.
Okay, let's go.
I'm just trying shit.
Full send. Let's go. Oh, she's going. She's full sending.
We said we were going.
I know. thing?
Oh.
Oh no, you did not.
I did. I didn't know he was gonna shoot 3 thorn things at me. I'm gonna watch the stream in a burrito blanket on the couch. Oh my god, that is honestly goals.
Yeah, that sounds really good. TBH, TBH.
I would like to be a burrito. A couch burrito. Not a couch potato. A couch burrito. That sounds glorious. Dee-dee-dee. I guess we'll never know if he's weak to magic.
Oh my gosh, why did I press the button? Well,
Oh no, did you pull a Gigi?
Yep,
No.
it's fine. I live with the consequences of my actions.
I do that constantly. All I do is live with the consequences of my actions.
Oh my god. My guy. Chill for a second. Yep. Well, that was just a bust because I summoned my mimic inside like a bozo.
Like a dingus.
Like a bozo.
Oh. Okay. It appears that I have died.
It appears that I have perished.
It appears I have simply perished.
Perished.
Ceased
All right.
to exist.
I'm locking in now.
Yeah, no. Now we're focused. Now is the time.
This is the one.
This is the time. This is the one.
Okay. I got these, I got these, I got this. Let's go.
Still
This.
haven't even loaded it yet. Okay.
Okay.
Send what back? We're doing great.
No. I got this. Yeah, no, we're just practicing. See,
Yeah, we're
Leroy
just
gets it. Leroy gets it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All we do is practice here until we succeed, and then we did it for real.
It's called a dress rehearsal, you know? That's what they call it in the stage.
Yeah. In, the biz.
The biz. Yeah, I like that better. Oh my god, stop doing that stupid spin.
Ugh.
Okay.
For your mimic.
Yeah.
Ah! Your mimic wants to be in the color guard.
Oh, I was in the color guard.
Your mimic wants to be just like you! How cute!
Aya, look at this fucking sunflower.
This fucking sunflower. Oh,
Look at this fucking sunflower that just killed both of us at the same time.
simultaneously.
You strike me as a color guard girl. Thanks. Thanks.
I bet you can't guess what I played in marching band.
The clarinet.
What do you think? What do you think? The clarinet?
Mm.
Interesting.
Am I right?
No.
No? Was it a brass instrument?
Nope.
Was it a woodwind?
Yeah.
So either the flute.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
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 I was, you know what?
Could be
Honestly, no. It could have been worse. This bitch could have said piccolo.
I did play piccolo.
I knew it. I knew it. Somehow I knew it.
How dare you? How dare you? How fucking dare you?
So upset right now. Get triggered, bitch.
Get trigger, bitch! Okay. Again, at least you didn't say trumpet.
I definitely didn't think it was a brass. That's why when I said clarinet first, you were like, interesting. I was like, damn, am I way off? Did you play a brass instrument?
I just didn't know that I gave off a clarinet vibe.
Would you like to guess what I played?
You played color guard in marching band.
Well, I did marching band during the fall, and I did orchestra during the winter.
Orchestra? Viola?
No.
What did you play?
I played clarinet.
You're just like me. We both play clarinet.
I played clarinet.
Oh, no.
You played flute, Nikki?
Oh my god, that explains so much.
Oh my god, everything makes sense.
I love doing that when somebody tells me what instrument they played in high school. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. And they're like, what does that mean? I'm like,
some bass clarinet vibes. I dabbled. I was not good, but I dabbled in the bassoon as well.
Oh my god, I love bassoon. When I was in college and I had to learn all of the instruments because I was an ed major, I loved bassoon. Except my thumbs are too small.
I really just wanted to play that one song from Fantasia.
Sure.
You know, those were my dreams.
Nikki, you should know better. Bassoon is so good. But again, my thumbs are too small for an instrument that uses one thumb to play 9 keys at the same time.
Ooh, I don't have stamina. Because it would distract me. What instrument did you play? Did you also play flute?
I'm guessing with that response, piano.
Oh. No, flute, let's go.
Wow.
Apparently I'm a very good read other than GG.
I have always thought that I do not give off flute player vibes, to be fair.
No, I didn't read flute. That's why I went clarinet first. Woodwind squad, yeah. Let's go.
Let's fucking go. We could start a quintet.
We could, our own little orchestra.
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 Although it's mostly flute, so.
Whoa, the big tree knocked over.
He wasn't even looking at me. He wasn't even looking at me. Okay. Okay. He is now.
Alright, I want to get close to him, but every time I try, he fucking runs away.
To be honest, when's the last time anyone picked up an instrument? I was in community band for a while. Until I quit because of stupid people.
Because of the community.
No, because of the director.
I'm kidding. It was just funny because you were like,
yeah,
community band, but I quit because I don't like the community.
I hate
law. I hate people.
And I do?
Fair.
But that's not what. Ow. Just headbutted me. That's not nice. Was there a men there? There was.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I know.
I can't believe that. My condolences for having to put up with that.
To be fair, the director was a man. I know, which is why I am quitting. Not because you, but because of the director. It was also the kind of thing that only a man would do.
Oh my gosh, come on, my guy. Like, can you not focus on me for a second?
I was trying to run up to him as he, like, zoomed away. A bed! No. Okay, now, well, he's not focused on you anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm almost out of
fuck, so am I.
I have 3 left.
Ah! We charged.
Don't die!
No, it's too late.
You're dead?
Yeah.
Shit.
Fuck. Oh my gosh, why does my nose itch so bad? Got the itchy scratchies. You have your Reduvia out, by the way.
I do?
Yeah.
Fuck. Thanks. I don't know how that keeps happening because I am not touching that button.
I don't know. Oh, I don't know.
No, what happened is I was principal and the director was like, we're going to play this big, like, flute concerto piece. And I was like, cool, great. I'm going to start working on it. And then he was like, I'm going to hold auditions. And I was like, excuse me? First of all, okay, sure. Maybe you want to make sure that somebody else can play it so that there's a backup. So we had auditions. And then he was like, I can't decide. So we're just going to play it twice. And I was like, excuse me? You can't decide who's going to play the solo on a concerto, so you're just going to program the concerto twice on the same concert? Cool, that's a great idea. So I quit.
Men.
Why haven't you
No.
No. Get him with fire. Why is my bow out now? What the fuck is happening?
Oops. Can't see anything when I'm that close. Superman! Let me know who it is.
Superman! Stupid man.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
What a second phase. That's crazy.
Yes. I never would have
guessed. I didn't see that coming.
Certainly not after hours and hours of fighting this bitch.
Alright, I am very not in a good position here.
Uh-oh. Yep. Oh, okay.
Have you simply perished?
I have simply perished.
Oh no.
You don't like previews, Wolfie? I love previews.
I do too. How else will you know what you're gonna watch next?
How else will you know what you're gonna say? I'm gonna totally go see that and never go see.
No, I only say that like 50% of the time.
I say that like 96% of the time.
A lot of it's like, ooh, that looks good. And then I'm just like, eh. Armor or talisman that checks against bleed. I mean, technically, I guess I could get rid of these, but I'm not using.
Man, if only I had a 4th talisman pouch.
I don't understand why yours doesn't, though. That's kind of weird. That's kind of wonk.
It's okay.
What about, do any of these?
Just gonna
Robustness.
I'm just gonna unequip these because I keep accidentally selecting them. So we're just gonna
Let's
not even
make
have
some
them.
of these. Let's make some cured meat. There we go.
All
right. All right. So, one of these. One of these. And then we do that. And then let's go. And then we do that. And then we do that. Yay! Dodge. Dodge. Okay. I hit the button. If your horse spontaneously nopes out of life, you can bring it back. It's true. I don't remember who I was playing with or who I was talking to, but somebody was like, I don't want to use my horse because if it dies, and I was like, you get it back. Like, they just like were not using their horse for the first like 10 hours of the game.
Oh my god, could you imagine walking everywhere?
Yeah, imagine. Oh shit. Shid.
No.
They nuzloched their horse, yeah. I was like, no, it comes back. Like,
I promise.
oh. Yeah, I saw that too late. Seemed too close. Yeah, it's so hard to see when you're at the base of the fucking plant.
Yeah. Oh, no, his face is in the door.
Oh, no.
Okay. Where you at?
Right there.
Hello. Nope. Too late. Okay. You gonna do it again? Hello. Hello. Okay.
Oh. Yeah, and the pullback there.
I forgot that he did that. Well.
Alright, so if I'm not using spells for this particular fight, so I don't have a ranged fire spell. I don't know if there is one.
I'm gonna make some more pots.
You see, these all suck. What's the only ranged-ish one? You gonna do something?
I'm gonna do some crafting.
Alright, what if I
can make a lot. I can make 6. Like, can I only hold 6 at a time?
Mm-hmm.
That's bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
That's bullshit. Where the fuck? I just crafted them. Where'd they go? Hello?
Hello?
Where are the things that I just crafted? There they are. I'm just fucking blind. Okay. Gonna throw some grenades at this bitch? A little Molotov cocktail?
Yeah. Okay, let's try that. I don't even know anywhere. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Fucking go?
Let's fucking go.
Gonna run first, then do the thing, then do the stuff. Ah! Okay. He swaps to me. He doesn't usually do that. What the fuck?
You got me at the end of that animation. That's crazy.
I don't think that is end. Oh, okay. I have perished.
Simply
I have
perished.
simply perished. He's like, hello, I'm right here. Did you forget about me?
No, I've not forgotten.
Buddy, I could never forget about you.
Yeah, I could never forget that face.
That fucking sunflower ass face.
That sunflower ass face.
Sunflower ass face. Glub, glub, glub.
Hello, sir. Yeah. Of course. Why wouldn't you do something that I would be stuck in an animation for? Too early.
That's so hard to dodge.
Yeah.
Especially when he's coming straight towards you.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to time. I prefer plain.
I also like plain. Mostly because I don't really like the flavors that sunflowers, like flavored sunflower seeds, typically come in.
Like, I feel like the ranch flavor is too it's too much. And then there's like taco flavor and like dill.
Yeah, people like to do like pickle flavor, and first of all, I don't like pickles. Second of all, they're gross. Are we surprised, Pink?
No.
Are we surprised?
No, we're not surprised.
I like cucumbers, but I don't like vinegar. And that's the part of the pickles that I don't like.
A lot of area attacks, yeah. It's just, he switches his target so often because of the co-op mod. It just makes it tough. I've beaten him before on my other characters. It's just, it's a little harder with a caster build because...
A tricky little lad. Oh,
there's not a lot of fire options for a caster, which sucks. Oh my god, I totally dodged, but sure. Stamina.
Let's go, throw some shit. Okay. Well. Hi, Andy. We're trying. He doesn't really have an ass. He just has a stem on it. You're a huge believer.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, how are you shooting me underneath you?
He's magic. Literally.
Ranch and barbecue are the best ones. Bacon ones? I feel like fakin is disgusting.
Bacon?
Like, what is bacon bits?
always assumed it was just teeny tiny little pieces of bacon.
No, it's like not. It's like little weird bacon flavored crunchies. It's fakin'. I am hitting the button. I don't understand. Why is my timing so fucked up?
Oh no. Bake a pancake. Bake a pancake. Okay. I have died. Oh, thank you, Andy. This is another one like Melania where we have given up on our runes.
Hours ago.
We used them all up before we came in here, so. But I appreciate. Some bacon bits are actually bacon. They're heavily cured. Cured of all diseases.
Yeah, but like Bacos, you know, from like the 90s, you know that shit was not real. Because that shit was like $1.99.
I know what that is. I was a child in the 90s. Oh no.
I am trying to enter the mist.
I understand. I've been there. Literally every other time. Okay.
Are you, have you perished?
Fun. I have perished.
Great.
So sorry.
It's all good. Come here. No, not like that. No, not like that. I know, is it this or no?
Do you know the difference between dry cured and wet cured meat? I assume one is dry and the other one is wet.
It's like literally in the name. Silly
Duh.
question.
One is just fucking salt.
I'm just full sending, I don't even care.
I'll go for it. Full send. Get sent in a full fashion. You think we're stupid? Oh my god. What is this? A man coming in? To try to explain things to us? Just kidding.
Just kidding!
Just kidding! Oh, it is too warm for this shirt. This flannel. I'm going to switch to my tank top.
It is getting hot in here. So take off.
So take off your
all
flannel.
Of your flannels. I am
all
getting
of the
so hot. I'm gonna take my flannels off.
Your shoulders, oh no.
You can't show those on Twitch.
That's against TOS.
What would the children think? Think of the children.
I refuse to think of the children. I'm trapped in his stem. Spice will be distracted. I only care if I get extra tips.
You want tip?
I want tip.
Oh my.
Flex for us? I'll fight you. Grr.
I'll fight you in Elden Ring.
Tee-hee-hee. What's that?
Stop! It's so
I can't believe
annoying.
this is what Sunflower sunflower farmers go through to harvest every time.
Every year, man. It's rough out there for a
Won't
hoe.
someone think about the sunflower?
Won't someone think about the sunflower
harvesters?
farmers? Harvesters.
Oh my God. Farmisters.
He needs
all
to
up
chill
in
the
your
fuck
business.
out. Oh my
Ow.
God.
Did you die? Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh no, that means he's gonna pay attention to me.
Yeah. He's so horny.
I hate that move. I always forget about it.
Thing.
Thorny. Oh my God. Horrible. Ow. Don't. What even got me? What were you aiming for? How embarrassing for you. Okay. I didn't mean it. For fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake.
Gigi can solo it. Yeah, hell yeah. She got this.
Yeah, sure.
She got this.
Oh, no. Hello. I just need to be able to get to his business. Without losing all of my stamina. God. That's the problem, is by the time I get up to him, I have no stamina to do jack shit.
I know.
God damn it. Fuck's sake. Yeah. Shoot lasers at... Oh, I couldn't outrun them that time. Cool. Amazing. I'm dead. All I wanted to do was run up to him. Gigi just keeps dying so Pink doesn't feel bad. Yeah, that's why. That's why I keep dying.
It's true.
It's out of friendship
Yeah.
reasons, not lack of skill.
It's absolutely, yeah.
Obviously, he doesn't want to be harvested. He does not. You've always been a sausage person?
You're not a human person, you're a sausage person?
Sausage person? Wow.
That's crazy. How does that work?
Like, I'm impressed, honestly. That you've gone through life as a sausage
person. That just like, that seems like that's so
like,
much
I feel
to go through.
like you would get bullied. Like, I'm impressed, you know, that you've powered through this adversity from being a sausage person. Learn. I don't think that did jack shit. Okay. Keep trying things and none of them work. We're just gonna stick to the old reliable. I am not doing any damage to him right now.
No, he was in an animation. He was hitting one of our mimics.
That makes sense. Who are you coming for? Okay. You know, I'm honestly really glad that we've made a space where you can feel comfortable living your true self, your true sausage self with us. You got him?
Nope. Get him. There you go, you're there.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
No, for fuck's sake!
For fuck's sake!
Me, he's on me.
I bet that's not what you thought was gonna happen when you said that I was gonna get you for what you said. You thought I was gonna say something like, I don't like sausage. I like it plenty.
Come on, like, get out of my face. I'm dead, yep. I knew I couldn't even stand up and heal there.
Oh, ow. Why you do this? Okay. Sure, that's fair. He's throwing a tantrum. Doing? Who you attacking? It's not me.
So he is weak against fire and frost. He is stronger against magic, holy, and bleed. I'm gonna throw the moon at him.
I'll put that dog. Okay, then I'm gonna switch to cold, maybe.
I'm gonna throw the fucking moon at him, okay?
The fucking moon!
I'm gonna throw the fucking moon at him.
I didn't realize that he was strong against bleed.
I
Although that
didn't
makes sense, because he does bleed damage. Because, like, I was doing damage against him, but maybe just it's that my...
Yeah, it's just your regular bleed
fucking
damage.
Weapon is stronger than his resistance. Okay, let's see what I can do.
What can you do? Moon! My favorite thing is when Juji just hears the moon from a distance and she's like, what's going on? Where? Moon!
Back, like, what are you doing? Why would you do this? Did you say lightning? Is lightning bad? Does he like lightning?
Inconclusive. He is weak to fire, frost, and strike. And he is strong to magic, holy, and bleed.
Okay.
Which is my other half of my stuff, but it's fine.
Storm stomp. Right. We're gonna do... What's flame art?
Flamart?
Let's try it. Flamart. Flammart.
Flamart?
She just starts dodging when she hears the moon. Legitimately, yes. 100%. Like, who is it? Who's here?
Who are we fighting?
Why? I'm scared. Oh, no.
It's okay.
I don't like when I'm out here first, because then he attacks me.
Perfect, so I can throw the moon at him.
Throw the moon! Right, I have a different strike, so I have to be all up in his business. Andy, I'm sorry. Do you at least get paid for your overtime? Ow.
I can dodge the thorns in the moon.
Ooh, that's impressive.
Alright, get him in the face. I'm so far.
Oh, I was on his butt. I was on his backside.
I got him. I got him at the
Nice.
last fucking
Just
second.
as he was running away.
Oh my gosh.
Time and a half. Hell yeah, baby. Throw the whole moon at him? No, no, no. We're only throwing a crescent moon. Like a
No, it's a dark
croissant.
moon.
Why can I not dodge him? I can't even look at him. There we go. Hello? There we go. Two lasers in a row? He's like, I gotta laser both you bitches.
Oh, he dodged my moon. Rude.
A little bit.
Not that one, though.
God damn it. Come back! All of my stuff is up close stuff.
Oh, fuck. I'm trying to back up to heal.
Oh, I was like 75% health. How the fuck did that kill me? Alright. We also like being able to relax about the water build. That's also good. Oh my god, I want barbecue so bad. That sounds amazing. I want like a brisket.
Fuck. Tried to heal in between, and I guess not.
No healies.
Okay, so the moon was a plan.
Yeah, the moon went well. I mean, so did my fire sword. The problem is that I had to be all up in business in order to use it.
All up in his business.
And he just like is so he runs away. He's a little bitch. He did go down quicker. Second phase was just because he does the zoom thing.
Yeah.
And once he zooms away, I'm like, okay, let me spend 10 to 15 business years running up to wherever you landed.
Just watching and you're getting irritated? Yeah. Some of these DLC bosses are real tough.
He's a tricky little lad. But that's okay.
And this is not even a required story boss. This is just a fun little side boss for funnies, for funs.
For shits and gigs.
Yeah, I couldn't see through the tree. Nice. Moon? Oh shit. Knocked me out of the moon.
Now.
Don't worry about it.
Where the fuck even are you? Oh, that's why. A little side boy. Ow. Got him. Where's his face?
He is. He's just a fun, silly little, goofy little side guy.
He's just a little guy.
He's just a silly little guy.
Not my mimic throwing a giant flaming pot at him as he approaches. She's like, fuck this bitch. I'm gonna throw a fucking grenade at him. Hello. Now, stop with that. Shit. Fuck.
Shit.
Forgetting.
Fuck. Shit.
Shit. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. I keep forgetting that he does 2 of those thorn shots. And like, I try to heal after the first one, and that's a bad idea. Get believed. Bad. Yeah.
Oh. Sure.
Oh, he threw that at both of us somehow. How did you do that? Is it me? You.
Ah, that's so lucky there. Okay.
I'm back here. 4. I did it again. I did it again. I healed after the first one. Hello, buddy. Oh.
Shit.
I have 1 healing potion.
Oh, shit.
I know. Just had to no-hit. Get no-hit.
Yeah, just no-hit the rest of the round.
Just no-hit the fucking angry sunflower. Don't worry, I got 3 hits in. Okay.
Oh, fuck you.
Alright, there's my last one.
Fuck.
Did you die?
Yeah.
Hello, sir. I got hits on him. Don't worry. Oh.
Okay, so the moon is working.
The second phase is a problem.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do about the second phase.
It's
I
the
can't...
charging.
And, like, the charging and the running across the entire land. Because all of my shit is up close. Because I got rid of the...
blood.
The ranged blood. And even that's not exactly... far.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna reallocate my flasks. Because I don't need as many blue ones.
Pink is pretty chill. You should have seen him with the solo fire boss. Would have thrown the controller to them on. Are you talking about my first playthrough? Like my first playthrough, Fire Giant? I think that's what you're probably talking about. Where I wanted to actually die. Like IRL actually die. Instead of having to fight that fucking boss again. Are you serious? My moon broke in the tree.
Ow. Okay, I am dead.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, IRL actually dying is prohibited. Watch me. Don't tell me I can't do something.
Don't tell me I can't die.
I'm a rebel. You're gonna make me do it even harder.
Don't tell me I can't die. That's rude.
I'm sorry, but have you heard of something called the First Amendment?
Don't tell me I can't die.
He's moving his head.
Damn.
Too late, I told you it's prohibited. Watch me, bitch! I do what I want.
That's like that's honestly like so selfish that you were just gonna tell me I can't die. Like, come on.
Like, how could you? What are you only thinking about yourself?
Yeah, are you just in charge of who can die?
I don't think you make the rules.
Wow.
Wow, okay. Now he's looking to get Chad on his side.
Oh, wait. Oh, so now Chad has to back you up.
No, sure.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. How embarrassing.
Wow. I don't need to go piss.
It's not go piss go time.
I don't need to go piss.
Oh, that was for yourself. I think chat has taken a side, and it's our side, so we've been given explicit permission from chat to die. Thank you. Thanks for that, chat. Proud of you. For, you know, taking the real side.
The side of truth.
The side of justice. Integrity.
Beauty. Oh my gosh, my nose is so... Hi, Mark. Hi, Mark.
To get my mimic out until the second phase.
Yeah, it probably would help, honestly.
Like, that's when we really need the backup. Like, I feel like we can handle this ourselves. Fuck. That's the worst, because then chat stops being a thing, too. I mean, the Discord server would still exist even if I'm dead, so I don't know what the problem is. Also, you can chat in a stream that's not live.
True, true.
Your argument is flawed. Spinning.
If I can't, neither can either of you. Well, who said you can't? This is America.
You can do whatever the fuck you
want. You can do whatever you want. There are no laws.
That has been proven.
There are no laws or regulations.
No consequences.
No
to
consequences.
I can do whatever I want, including die.
Exactly. This is the home of the brave.
Contractually obligated to take Gigi's side. Andy understands.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, from the contract that I made you sign. Quite the contract. It was hefty. Lawyers were involved. You're not, but we are, which means that we can do whatever we want.
Yeah. Our forefathers gave us the right to die.
I forgot that I literally just said I was gonna wait till second phase to put up my...
Oh no, you mimicked.
You did. At least I did it in here instead of in the other room.
Hey, hey.
Like, I've done that so many times, including twice already tonight.
I was totally outside the circle. This here chat is on American soil. Exactly. We follow American, not laws and rules and regulations because they don't exist.
This ain't international waters.
These
bitch.
ain't no international waters.
Blink 37 times? That's so many times. Who can even count that high? It's impossible.
Well, I can't because I'm a woman, so...
No, that's true.
Got it? Okay, nice. Okay,
our
phase
forefathers
2
actually
mimic.
expected us to die. Like, that's not even a right, just frowned upon if you didn't.
Exactly.
Honestly, they definitely put in the Constitution, no zombies. Well, okay. No occult bullshit. No undead here.
Let's
that shit ain't
deadest.
allowed. watch you absolutely crush it.
Are you dead? Oh my god!
I've been dead for a while.
I was doing so good now.
Don't hit me!
No!
No, you hit me! Oh no. I'm doing so good!
I got so nervous when you told me you were dead.
I'm sorry! I was dead for so long!
When you were like, you're doing so good, I'm gonna watch you. I was like, wait, what? What? Where'd you go?
Where have you been?
Oh god.
Okay, I'm not going to even have
Don't
my
use
mimic
your
out.
mimic.
Yeah.
The sun was in my yeah, exactly. I couldn't see. The sun was in my eyes. I was tired. Oh.
Yeah. Right. I have no stamina. Ooh, ouch. Ouchie. Ouchie. I'm dead.
Okay.
Problem is when he does those thorns when I'm right at his ass, it's so hard to
I
dodge
know.
it. Like I can sometimes, but I get the timing all wrong.
What? Oh my god, I think I was out of stamina.
Ain't no dodging here, bro.
Ain't no dodging here.
Ain't no dodging here. You ain't got no stamina. You're too tired.
I'm so sleepy all the time.
I'm so sleepy.
I'm so sleepy all the time.
So eepy.
So eeps. Oh,
The eepiest.
is Comcast doing it? No, you're back. Okay.
Was my Comcast doing
You
anything?
lagged for like 3 seconds.
Okay. Comcast.
You went robot-y in Discord. That's why I was like, uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh, no. But you're good, though. It's up. You're good.
You're actually so sleepy. You're not allowed to sleep. Oh, don't. I almost did the mimic. Hello? I almost forgot again because it's so ingrained in me.
I know. It's such a hard habit to break. Sir, I'm literally the moon.
Excuse me, sir. Sleepy, sleepy. So eepy. But just so much stamina. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a yeah, silly goose.
Okay. I died immediately on purpose so that we could try again.
You know what? You're a real one, honestly.
I didn't want you to sit around and wait for me to
Yeah,
like
yeah.
get really close and then
You're a champ. I appreciate you.
yeah. I do what I can, really, honestly, for you and for the chat.
For you, I
know.
will.
For you, I'll just simply perish. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Anytime. The missile is EP.
Hello, Scadutree.
Skadooch.
Skaditch.
Skaditch. Hello. Can we get closer?
Why are you so obsessed with me? Oh my. Oh my. Oh my.
Ah, ow. Fuck, 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 fuck. Stop. Well, now you're gonna fucking shoot lasers at me?
Mimic. Flask again.
You'd think I would have learned by now.
Ooh, holy shit, okay. That wasn't really cool, my guy.
You did so good. Don't. God, fuck you, bitch.
Oh my gosh, it like trails off? That's crazy.
Stop. Stop! God. I'm gonna do that. No, no. Why are you so obsessed with me? I'm dead.
Oh no.
He was just hard focused on me that whole time. That was some bullshit. You got this.
Unfortunately, I do not.
That back up into the thorn, because I always forget about the thorn throw immediately after the back up. So I try to heal myself.
Yeah.
But because I'm healing, then I can't dodge the thorn.
It's real hard to know when you can heal with him. Don't go drinking my blood.
Thank you, Steph. 59. That's almost 5 years.
That's crazy, isn't it? That's crazy. I know, because this is my 5 year.
First logo and everything.
Oh, I know. Steph, thank you.
I know.
I hope you're well. How are you? Welcome to the shit show where we have been fighting this sunflower.
Almost as long as we've fought Melania.
Almost. That's bullshit that I landed after my moon from that.
Hello, hello, hello. Gigi et al. Is my government name.
It's true. It's literally on her driver's license.
My birth certificate, everything. Ow. You wanna throw some lasers at me? Yup. Literally don't though. Okay, okay.
Okay,
Nice,
got that guy.
Nice.
Okay, mimic.
Roll. Twice. Let's fuck this bitch. Ow. He got both me and my mimic at the same time. He's like, fuck these melee ass bitches. Stop. Stop being so obsessed with me. Going after your mimic.
Oh, me, okay. Was not expecting that.
Ow, ow, ow. Coming for me? Yep. Oh, did not dodge a single one of those. Zooming. He do be zooming.
You do be zooming.
Damn it. Come back. I was almost up to you. I spent this entire second half of the fight just running to try to get to him.
I know.
Okay. I didn't know he was going after me. But I know now. Come on, bitch. Get him. Get him! Fuck yeah. First try.
First try.
First try! Assuming that he only has 2 phases. Oh my god. Does he have a 3rd phase?
What a third phase.
What a 3rd phase! This guy sucks.
Never saw that coming.
I hate him.
Yeah, this motherfucker has 3 fucking phases.
Why?
Because this game has to be cruel.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, brother. I know.
Brother. Okay. Ugh! Why are there 3 motherfucking phases?
Why is there a Dragonite in my chat right now? And why did one of my mods catch it? Disgusting.
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 Disgusting. Fucking rude.
Disgusting.
It's hot. It is hot in this
You
house.
are hot.
No.
Yes.
Literally temperature.
Literally, yes.
Literally.
Widowly.
So
Yes.
Widowly.
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 Fucking do.
I'm widowly getting cheesecake right now. So I heard you need a new mod. Yeah, clearly, because my mods can't be trusted.
Hey. Fuck on.
I've done nothing. Oh no, it seems you just added a new banned Pokemon to your team.
Banned because you wanted it?
No, because I hate Dragonite.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's the evolution of my favorite Pokemon, and it's hideous.
Sure. I understand. God fucking... I have perished.
Yeah, he's still working on you.
Yeah. Who needs a new man? I mean...
Who would want a man, though? You know?
Unfortunately.
Ugh, fine. Game.
Fine.
Laying down the business?
Down
what do
them
you mean?
business.
It's not even hard to... Aya, is it hard to mod here? I don't think it's hard to mod here.
It's
like,
never
I get a creep like once in a blue moon. Like, and then the people who try to be mean just make me laugh. Like the person who came in that one time and told me I looked like Squidward. That just made me laugh.
What does that even mean? Like, handsome Squidward?
That they said I looked like Squidward and they left. And I thought it was very fucking funny.
That's so stupid. Yeah, the hardest thing that I ever have to deal with is backseaters.
Yeah, that just annoys me more than anything else, really.
Right. And even that, it's kind of whatever.
The two definite 14-year-olds, yeah, that one time, that's true.
So the one time where they were like trying to
Just like speak in Spanish and stuff, but it like wasn't.
Like level 1 Spanish.
Yeah.
And badly. Sure. Yeah, no, you're coming for me, and that's fine. That makes a lot of sense. I've done so much damage to you. Like, excuse me, I prefer the formal usted. How dare you use two with me?
Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
That, yeah, that was just greed. I got greedy. No, but didn't they say, they said something like, they didn't even say estupido, they said like to chat as stupido. Like they called like the chat stupid, which was even funnier.
Yeah. Because we said chat only in English, please.
Yeah.
They're like, your chat's stupid.
Your chat is stupido.
Stupido.
Like there are times that I wish I was like multilingual so I could just be like blah, 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 and like Just tell them to fuck off in some other language.
They should just learn fuck off in as many languages as possible.
That's honestly, that's probably the best alternative, really.
Can I just have like a Duolingo, but just for telling people to fuck off?
Fuck off, Olingo.
Yeah. Oh. You mean Google Translate? Well, I don't trust Google Translate. Like, I need... I'm not using my blood. I have to be all up in his business. Do I need to... Maybe I need to upgrade this Ash of War. I wonder... I thought I had used it. I am dead.
I see.
But that was the thing about Duolingo before they got rid of all their human people, is that you could actually like have somebody who's fluent in the language like tell you what you're doing wrong. Like I want somebody fluent in the language to tell me the right way to tell someone to fuck all the way off.
I'm completely fluent. Didn't you just hear me?
You're right. I'm sorry. Busu.
To chat es stupido. Can we just make a chat that says eat shit in your... Oh my gosh, I bet you there's probably a way to code a thing where you could like have it be different languages.
Oh, just like have it detect what language it is?
Yeah.
That feels like getting into like some AI bullshit, and I'm not willing to go there.
Oh my... What?
Are you dead?
Yeah, but I haven't... That one hit me.
You're just gonna keep doing the same bullshit? Oh my god.
The only other thing we can do is we can try to raise our Scadu level, but... Like, that's crazy.
I'm gonna go to the round table real quick and maybe see if I can upgrade this Ash of War.
Your Ash of Wars don't upgrade, it's your weapon.
Don't they do?
I don't think so.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I was thinking of the mimic.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, what's our mimic at? Yes, exactly. Thank you, Aya. Yeah, we're just trying to make everyone feel comfortable, you know?
We're really trying to up the drama.
Yeah, it's for the views. It's for the content.
I see.
Spirit tuning. My mimic plus 8. Oh, I just need 11. I just need money. Okay, hold on. Alright, let me sell some stuff to Hugh. Layout to ROMs.
Sell. What do I want to sell? I'm just gonna sell a bunch of these.
Exactly. You're just a measly little viewer. You'll never be Elden Lord. That's fucked up. I'm sorry. You could be Elden Lord if you wanted to.
No, you can't.
Wait, what? How come this worked a second ago and now does... What? Did that... Is it because you're here?
Who, me?
That's so crazy. I could just talk to her a second ago and now I can't.
Oh, I can't talk to her either. Do you want me to disconnect real quick?
No, I worked a second ago before you were here. So
I
just
know,
like fast travel somewhere.
Okay.
Like physically before you were here. That's crazy. Can I be Elden Lord? No.
Nope.
No. I'm sorry. The position has been filled. We found somebody more qualified. I'm sorry. Okay, I can't. I can't. Now she won't. Now she won't. That's so wild.
Here, let me... I'm gonna fast travel back to there, and then...
And then disconnect. Yeah.
So put it up your yeah.
So you can put it up your yeah. Those aren't the worst.
Why did you say it like that?
I don't fucking know.
I am so uncomfortable. Why did I not? Oh. Yeah.
Shove it up your yeah.
Just shove it right up your yeah. Oh my God.
I don't know what that was. I apologize, guys.
I see.
Oh, is that stretch voice? I understand.
Oh yeah, I was stretching, yeah. Okay, mine has leveled up. All right, I'm going to, well, I guess I'm still open. I'm gonna go piss girl.
Okay.
So I'll be right back.
How are you? How are you, chat? How are you doing today? It's lovely to see you. I missed you last night with my stream. That was hours ago. We've been trying to fight this bitch for hours. Spirit tuning. Alright. I have too many ashes. Fuck. I didn't know how many money it was, so I sold so many runes and now I have 34,000. I kind of want to spend it on some stuff. It has only been minutes, like 60 of them. Technically, any amount of time is in a matter of minutes. Just saying. Fire. Maybe I should do cold? No. I want something that I can do from far away, is the thing.
Okay.
I don't
So
know.
I'm back and I have something important to say.
Uh-oh.
So I went to add that quote into my Mix It Up because I also wanted to memorialize it, but I didn't want it to go double into years, so I just put it in Mix It Up like directly. And the quote directly above it was, wow,
Oh no.
Owen Wilson as a child.
Wow.
Was that Owen Wilson as a child?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
So fucking stupid. Who even said that?
You said that.
No. Who even? Who would even say something like
Who
that?
would say that?
Who would even say that?
Guys, if you missed it last week, Gigi went, wow.
Last or was it 2 weeks ago?
I don't even remember, but basically anytime if you say wow, but not like, wow, you know, you have to be like, oh.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
it's Owen Wilson
Owen
as a
Wilson
child.
as a child.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, was that Owen Wilson as a child?
As a child? Is that child Owen Wilson? What's he doing here? Did we find a wormhole? A time jump? It's crazy. It keeps happening.
Can you get off me for a second? Thank you. Jeez, Luckweeze.
Luckweeze.
Luckweeze. Oh.
Okay, well, I was against the wall, so that's kind of rude. Fucking rude.
That's fucking rude.
Fucking rude. Fucking rude, yeah. I'm about to be dead.
Oh no. You have perished.
I hate when I
perished.
get stuck in an attack that you can't get out of. It's like, well, I guess I'm dead now.
Owen Wilson. Oh, he's definitely best known for his iconic one-word reviews of pretty much everything. Wow. He's also been in some great movies, I guess. That's fucking hilarious.
Oh my god.
Dude, this is the best $8 a month I think I've ever invested in my stream, is to have this dumb AI bot who answers chat and says stupid things.
It doesn't even... I'm upset that it doesn't show up in my chat.
I think it's like for a reason, so that it doesn't like spam your people.
Yeah, but...
Like, can...
Then I get you guys responding to it. And
oh, true.
I don't know what the boy is talking about. Like the whole thing with Optimus Prime.
You couldn't see any of the Optimus stuff.
No!
Oh, no.
I was very upset. I was like, I want to know what dumb shit your bot is saying. Oh, I got hit on the backswing.
Oh, come on. I really wish I had iframes when I'm actually inside the moon. Like, I get, like, the cast up to it, but just when I'm in the moon, though, like, not the whole, like, spinning, like, leading up to it, but, like, the actual point when I'm in the moon, I should have iframes. I saw you're deceased.
How am I this bad?
What's our scatter level?
Why am I...
We're like
dog
4?
shit. I used to be okay, right? I used to be semi-decent.
No, they're like... I'm being totally genuinely honest when I say there is a big difficulty spike from base game to DLC. Like, it's a lot of people said it.
Playing like actual dog shit right now.
What's our... That's what I'm saying. What's our scatter level? We're 7? We're not even a low scatter level. I mean, we can try and get some more skadooch and be a little higher, but like, we're 20 is the maximum and we're already 7. So like, we're not low scatter level.
We just need to fucking walk in.
We just need to get good.
We really do, honestly. I just need to be able to do something ranged is the problem. Like, I spend this entire fight just running, trying to catch up to it.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember if there's some fire Ashes of War that maybe we just missed somewhere. Because I thought that there was. Like, I thought there was like Flame of the Red Mains and stuff. And that has a little bit of range to it.
I'll take fuck it. Nope.
Oh, fuck. Am I dead? I'm alive? Oh my god, okay.
Oh, that's right. He was in the middle of an enemy. I was like, why am I not doing any damage? Hello, 05594. I don't know. I don't even know what.
I mean, we have missed some stuff. There's,
yeah, we didn't do all of the things.
We didn't do everything. Yeah.
What we are missing that we would need.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, I might check and see if there's some fire ashes of war, maybe down in Caelid or something that we missed. That might be helpful, but. Because the fire ashes of war that I have are garbage and do not do range. I mean, I'm sorry, the fire spells that I have are garbage and don't do range.
Shoot lasers at my mimic. Yeah, and like, and things aren't even really hidden behind obvious side quests either. You just kind of have to come across them.
I was healing.
Or already know. Oh, no.
All right, let me see.
At me again, you whore.
Yeah, see, like, where's Flame of the Redmanes? It can be found in an invisible scarab in a cemetery behind Redmane Castle. Flaming Strike is outside Redmane Castle.
Okay. So, there's an obvious cave. I mean, they could be obvious, but they're obvious if you know that they're there. It's the thing. If you don't happen to wander by the place where the cave entrance is, then it's not obvious.
All right, so let's find the beetles by Redmane Castle, I guess.
Apparently,
I
know that there's definitely some beetles where we just like said fuck it.
Well, there are a few that are fuck it beetles because like there's no fucking point.
Well, yeah, but
this boss does suck, yeah.
Where?
In Caelid. Caelid.
Where did you go to?
Impassable Great Bridge.
Impassable Great Bridge.
Impassable Great Bridge.
Impassable.
Okay, Redmane Castle dropped by a scarab in a small graveyard along the south cliffside behind the castle. Okay. Sure. South cliffside along the castle. Excuse me, sir. That's very disrespectful.
So disrespectful. Like, we were trying to just get an Ash of War and
I wasn't even gonna waste my time killing them, but now I have to kill all of them. Imagine thinking you could. All right, the southern shore is this way.
Where? Oh, you're gonna try
to the south. Oh my gosh, sir! You thought you were somebody. All right.
You thought you could? You thought you could?
You thought you were someone. Oh, another man?
Oh my god! Do you know who I am? I am wearing Melania's outfit,
Lord,
bitch.
Okay.
I am an Elden Lord! Do you see these clothes I'm wearing? Do you know who I had to murder to get
Do you know who
clothes?
I killed to get these? Oh, thanks for the Smithing Stone 3.
Ooh, we are set. Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy in particular.
He was just sitting there. We're just like, no!
How dare you sit?
Salt on watermelon?
Salt on your watermelon? Is that a troll? Are you trolling? Don't! I am trying to stand up. Good. Shoot yourself. Idiots.
Ow, 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 ow.
Idiots.
Here. Get absolutely fucked.
It's gotta be a southern thing, but I have never heard of it.
I've also never heard of this. Although, to be fair, I didn't like watermelon until like 3 years ago.
Well, I'm not surprised.
But I do now!
I'm glad.
Okay.
I'm glad you've learned to like something in your life.
But not with fucking salt.
And cantaloupe? I don't know, man.
Oh, I don't like cantaloupe.
Oh, I love cantaloupe, but I don't know if I would want salt on it. I just feel like that's not a taste that I would want those two to be together. Oh. I hear beetle. I hear beetle.
Whermst?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I hear it.
Stuff like this is why you guys lost the Civil War? I am not in the South. Did you find him?
No, I thought I was falling and dying, but I caught myself.
Oh. Oh, hello. You're dead now. Andy, can we not be surprised that I don't like things anymore? Because we should be used to this by now. Ooh, a Smithing Stone 6. I'm rich, baby. I am set for life. No, never. Okay. You know what? As long as we have this established, that's fine. Okay, I don't hear the beetle anymore, so I think I went the wrong way. Hello?
Beetle?
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 Oh, I don't hear it.
Beetle?
Beetle? How the fuck do I even get down? Am I stuck up here forever? Am I trapped? Is this where I die?
This is where you live there forever until you die.
Oh my god, I very nearly missed the
Oh no.
ledge. I almost pulled the GG. Oh my god, imagine. Could you imagine if I died here?
I could.
The season
Let me in.
The Beatles. I'm looking for the Beatles. Paul McCartney. The Beatles.
Paul McCartney.
I'm Paul McCartney.
I'm Ringo. What?
I'm Ringo.
Yeah. I'm Ringo. Have you never seen the fucking Family Guy? Oh god.
No.
Oh.
How do I get down? If I jump down, will I die? Do I jump down here? How do I get down? Please.
I don't know where you are.
I'm on the ledge.
Oh yeah, you can jump down here, yeah.
Down where?
Right here.
I got scared. Oh my god. Okay. I don't have a good track record with jumping off of things, okay?
I know. Alright, I don't fucking know where this shit is.
I heard it.
I did too, and I don't see it anywhere.
Should go back to where we were when we heard it. Skadoo.
Over here is where I heard it.
Is it up?
Maybe.
Maybe it's up, because there's no... there's no beetle over here.
No!
Oh, no. Agnes!
No!
Agnes! Why?
Why? No!
Hello? Hello? How do we get into the castle?
The teleporter.
There's a teleporter?
Yeah, at the end of the bridge.
The bridge.
The bridge.
The bridge.
Can I open the door for you? Hello.
The door? Did you take the teleporter?
I did. I am inside the door.
Oh, you're inside the door.
I'm
Okay,
inside the door.
Can you open the door for me?
I have to kill these lions first.
Hello?
No, 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 no.
Hello? I would like cookies.
I killed Juan.
Juan?
I killed two. I did
Hell
it.
yeah.
Now can I open the door?
I don't know. Hi, I see you.
Hi. Can I open the door? Oh my gosh.
I know.
Door? No. Switch. Switch. No switch. Is there a switch above?
I bet it's up. So
Oh
I'll just go take the
gosh.
teleporter.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
What is the point of this room? Oh, it has a cookbook. Okay.
Didn't do the cooking by the book.
Oh, I hear a beetle. It's not the beetle we need, but I hear a beetle.
Get it.
I wonder if this was the one we need, like we're hearing.
Probably. Probably.
Unforge. Unforge.
Oh, there's men.
Chow, chow, chow. Oh wait, which direction did you go when you spawned in?
To the right, but I turned around. I hear you murdering.
Yeah. I'm doing a little bit of merds. It's okay, we're very strong.
We're so strong. Honestly, the strongest. Hello.
An armorer's cookbook again.
Hello?
Oh wait, this is a. Oh wait, there it is! I see it! Ah, I see it!
Let's get it.
No, get it before it goes away. No, get it before it goes away! Flaming strike. Alright, so that's one. And then we need the other one too. Which said it was.
Did you say the other one was an invisible one?
Yeah, let me see what the other one says. Alright. Yeah, so this one says this Ashapur from the Fort Gale North site of Grace to slightly northeast. What's that?
North.
Where the fuck's Fort Gale?
Fort Gale?
What? Fort Gale North site of Grace. Info. I don't want that. I want. Flame of the Red Mane. Let's see what it's called. Yeah. Give me like a exact location here. Give me like a map location.
Give me that map.
Go map link. There we go.
Oh, that's where I am. know that song. Just carved a path of bats.
Oh shit, it's way over here. Okay.
Where are we going?
Smoldering wall, I guess? Still in Caelid? Still in Caelid?
Caelid?
Caelid? And then we're going to number tray. Oh. Right there. Okay. Interesting. Apparently we just didn't touch the grace over here?
That doesn't surprise me. We were kind of just running through.
Yeah, I hate this place so much. I hate Caelid so much. The golden scarab is also in Caelid, and I was like, meh.
At least when we're in the DLC, we can go back out.
Oh yeah, it doesn't keep you. That thing ever pop up? No. Gigi is missing a talisman pouch, and I don't know why she's missing it or how to get it to her. Where's the grace?
You critical striked me.
I'm very confused. Where is the grace supposedly that's supposed to be with this place? It says to start at the Fort Jail site of Grace. And I don't see any grace.
Ah, sir. He snuck up on me. Okay, okay, okay. There's a lot of men. There's so many men.
I found the grace. Okay, here's grace.
So many men. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna reset it. I'll set it the grace. Hold on. Yeah. Gotta go faster. There we go.
Okay. I guess I will travel to it.
Located in front of Fort Gale North, site of Grace. Okay, so...
Yeah, no, we tried, doing it in just, like, my
I see it over here.
merged world. And I couldn't get it there either.
Where the fuck is it? Like, how are you dodging my magic?
He's going that way. This way over. Got him.
Yay! Alright, so those are 2 fire ashes of war that we can try. Something is aggro to us, though. Oh, this thing.
This big axe.
Can't just jump on them like in Night Rain and kill them. Okay, nice.
Got him.
Alright, let's go at this grace.
Ow.
Let's go get this grace! Alright. And then... back to the underground.
Okay.
Back to the underground.
The underground.
The underground. Okay.
Okay, I'll get this fucking sunflower.
Ashes of war. Fire Uchi Katana.
Ashes of where?
I'm gonna try Flame of the Redmines.
I'll try the other one.
Fuck that sunflower up. I hope so, my dudes. I hope so.
Wait. These are the same.
No, they're not. Did you do Flame of the Redmanes? Or did you do Flaming Strike?
I thought I did Flaming Strike. Let me... No, I suddenly don't. Yeah, I did Flaming Strike.
We do it again. Yours is one hand that goes in front of you. Mine's two hands. It's slightly different.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. We just wasted a bunch of mana.
I didn't really waste that much.
Okay. Fine.
Fun time. We went to play. Don't worry.
Flick blueberries.
You didn't miss much. We went back to grab some shit that we were missing to see if that would help.
That was rude. That was rude.
Oh no, am I? Nope. Blueberries?
Oh, that's me too. So many bloobs. Alright. I just need a second before our next one so I can get a drink.
Yeah.
Everybody should stretch your legs. Stretch your legs, everybody. Go piss, girl. Stretch your legs. Do a thing. Do a thing.
Picking them as they ripen and putting them in the freezer until they are all ripe. Ooh, that sounds delightful. I, surprise to nobody, didn't used to like berries either. I like them okay now. They need, it's in like certain contexts. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, I really only like blueberries in the context of, like, a fruit salad. Like, I'm never just gonna buy blueberries to munch on. Because they're okay. And, like, I'm not gonna buy a snack that I don't consistently enjoy eating. Like, it needs to be something that I, at least 75% of the time, I'm like, yeah, I want some of that. Like Pringles. I'm good with Pringles. The Thomas mini bagels, yeah, hell yeah. I'll eat those all day. But something where, like, maybe only the third of the time I'm into, that's just how you end up wasting food. So, my snacking is limited. Which is probably for the best, but, like, meh. Meh. No, exactly. No need to waste your money.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Pringles will always be the same. Now, sometimes the Pringles will be thicker, which is upsetting. Why did I just spend time picking up a rune. That was stupid. I was like, ooh, there's a
So many
skull
runes
here.
I thought it was further away. I guess not.
I didn't even drink my physic. Oh my god, what am I doing? Who keeps a spoon in their bathroom? Who's keeping spoons in their bathroom? Get burnt.
Well.
Oh, no. Oh, well, he's saying fuck your corpse in particular, apparently. Which is fine with me. Going for myself. Shit.
I didn't say I was going to the bathroom. I said I was getting a drink. Went to the kitchen.
Did you see how we didn't say go piss, girl? Or do you not pay attention?
Yeah.
Yeah. You should know better. It does seem like this has a very narrow range. Oh, okay. I did. Surprised how many people just keep in their bathroom and accidentally follow them while taking a shower. Oh no, I don't know how it got there. I just fell.
That's crazy.
Just tell your new sweet friend about blueberries. Blueberries. A blip blip.
Blip blip.
Blip blip blip
Blip blip.
blip
Blip blip.
blip 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 blip. I'm gonna remember to take my fucking physic this time. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with me? I was like, let's go!
Yay!
I'm ready! We're gonna run in! Gotta target his butt.
Wow.
That was stupid. That was stupid. That's what she said it myself and then died. The game was like, what the fuck are you doing? Instant karma.
Yeah.
Listen, I never claimed to be smart.
I love how you just died of embarrassment in game.
I super did. It was like, okay, well, shit. Okay.
I'm getting annoyed because I have beaten this motherfucker twice already. Like,
we got this.
No, like,
I understand.
It's not you at all. It's more just like, why is it suddenly so much more difficult? Come on.
You have your windows open. It is so fucking hot right now. I suddenly can't like dodge.
Just kill me. We can start again.
Sounds lovely. It is currently 81.
I don't even want to look.
It's supposed to be 92 tomorrow.
Most punishing games, yeah. It definitely is up there. Have you played Lies of P, Oni? Is that one I felt was harder than Elden Ring? It's very good. It's just very challenging. You're gonna do? You're not gonna?
He's very cute. Who are you fighting? Okay.
Okay, I was early on both of those.
I don't even know how I died.
I don't know, man.
Like, I was behind him, and he was doing shit in front of him, and then all of a sudden I was fucking dead. It's fine. Still humid. It feels humid. Honestly, it might just be, yeah, 38% humidity. Awful. That's excessive.
Right. I don't know. I feel like the moon is good because it gives the debuff, but I feel like it's just too slow. It's killing me. Okay, thought I definitely dodged that one, but sure.
Yeah, you're just all in on me right now. Okay. Thank you, Grace. I appreciate your insight. I mean, I don't know attack got me. I know how I died. I died by being dog shit at this game.
We're also pretty low level for the DLC.
Are we?
Well, we're not below level. Like 150 is recommended. And I'm 164, but on the lower side.
Can't say dog shit unless you're talking about trolls. Or unless I'm talking about myself. Don't forget. I always have that option. Cool, thanks. I think your Ash of War is dead. Okay, I just ran right into that. I wasn't even paying attention. Watch me, Grace. Watch me. I'll say whatever the fuck I want. Especially when it's true, like that I'm not good at this game. Get stayed. Alright. bitch.
Wow, immediately spawns in my face. Love that.
So good.
Oh.
We were doing so good.
Mm-hmm.
Until we just immediately died because fuck this fucking flower.
God. It's the back swipe that keeps getting me.
Yeah. I get it's the recoil on the spin. Like it doesn't even need to be targeting me. Okay, we got this. Fuck you, flower. Okay. Not too shabby. This is where it all goes wrong. At this point, the mimics are there just to be damage. Get burned. Oh. Still alive, still alive.
Yep, there I go. That was too close in the middle there.
Okay. Okay.
We can do it. We can do it.
Yeah. We were doing so good. Again.
We can do it.
Yeah. I feel like the last couple of tries we've kind of locked in. I might actually switch to the other ash real quick. I think that one is better. The one that you're using.
Flame of the Red Mains.
Yeah. It has a little bit more range on it.
Ba-do-ba-do. I'm usually like really against like changing my build for specific enemies, but sometimes like you have to.
Yeah. I'm not usually a fan of that either. Like I don't even change like in other games. I don't change my armor. I don't change anything.
Yeah.
Like I'll pick up I'll pick up every armor in the world, and they're like, this is good against fire, this is good against acid, and I'm like, or I could just keep wearing the same shit. Watch me. Oh yeah, that's way better. The animation is longer, but...
Oh, I'm slammed. Okay, I'm alive.
Dead?
No, I'm alive.
He's still in advantage. I should know better than to try to do anything while he's doing that animation.
One more hit on him. There we go. Nice.
You got him?
Yep. Okay. Mimic.
Yup.
Heal. Okay.
Oh, this is the first flask I've used. That was... Why did I say that? That was...
You, why? Yeah, you.
You know, I made an observation and I could have made it in my head, but I didn't. Hello, sir. Okay, we're doing great. We're doing amazing. I used too many flasks. We're doing amazing. I am dead.
So am I, apparently? Because you had died and he immediately spun over to me.
He doesn't usually do that. Usually he takes like
nope,
3
immediately.
minutes attacking the corpse of whomever just died. Sorry, I have to respond to this.
Mm-hmm.
We're really good at the first phase.
Oh yeah. We're not bad at the second phase either. It's just
yeah.
It gets
sometimes
rough.
He gets you, and sometimes he gets you to the point.
Sometimes
where
you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
Sometimes you just get fucked.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
I hate that attack.
Okay, lock in. We can do this.
I believe.
Mm-hmm. I'm a believer.
Dun, 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 I'm a believer.
No, no, no. I'm just a real big fan of Justin Bieber.
No, no, no.
Don't get it twisted.
You're right, you're right. My bad. Oh, okay.
Right, get out of the doorway. Come on. Dude, get me out of the doorway.
Hello, lasers.
Woo! It was crispy.
You dodge them all?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Woo! Oh, fuck. I might survive this.
Yeah. Yeah, you
Okay,
did.
got it. I had enough health.
Oh, come on.
No. Might as well. Just see. Just see.
Just to
for
see.
fun,
Let's
baby.
go. You got it. Watch Gigi actually clutch this.
Huh.
I would be so happy. I'd be so proud.
Because then you wouldn't have to fight it.
No, 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 not even that.
Oh, I forgot about that shit. Hello, sir. Would you come back? Come back. Oh, you're just gonna throw shit at my mimic? Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, that's right. Come on back, baby. Ow. Yeah. Fuck that. Oh, you decided to throw shit at my mimic instead of me? That was a choice.
Whoop. There you go. There you go.
Interesting. One of these days, I'll be able to dodge that backup move, but it is not this day. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
There you
yeah,
go.
okay, uh-huh. Sure. One flask left, baby. Let's go. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. So good. Don't worry, I did some damage. Too soon. I did.
Oh, nice attempt.
I
Nice
was way too
attempt.
soon. I knew it was coming, so I dodged.
Hi, Fred. Yes, this
prematurely.
fucker. this fucker, which we have totally not been doing the entirety of stream. That's crazy. Crazy talk.
No. So
We've
crazy.
just been practicing.
So crazy.
We've just been practicing.
Just practicing.
Fred, how you doing?
Yeah.
Welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Saturday.
Hello. Hello.
If this is your first time joining, this is my friend Giant Geyser. This is her right here. This is her.
Hello, that's me.
AKA Gigi.
Hello.
This is her first time playing Elden Ring. So she's doing so good. She's doing so good. I'm so proud of her.
I'm a baby.
Oh, baby.
Hello.
Okay, ready?
These are what not to. Yeah, we're practicing.
Yeah, these are just practice runs.
They're just practice.
Practice runs.
Also, Oni Gamer, I was running hot in that I was literally just running.
No,
because
you were
that's
doing
how
so
I spend
good.
Right.
You really were.
Doing okay. I just feel like I don't do enough damage.
You do
know
so
if it's
much
my
more damage
sword.
if you hit its face, which I know is hard to do, but it's like a significant more amount of damage if you hit him in the face. Oh, come on.
It is very hard.
I'm in the doorway. I'm in the
Like
door.
no range. That's the problem. But I have no range. Okay, I'm done.
Oh, you died? Damn.
I got excited. Yeah.
Got a little greedy?
I got excited. I'm gonna try to hit him in his head. No, I need to focus on his butt.
No, hit him in his head.
That's where I'm best. I'm best at hitting him in
You're
the butt.
best in the butt? Okay.
No.
Wait, that's what you said. That's
You
what you
took.
said.
No, you.
No.
No. You removed several words from what I said.
No.
I am best at hitting him in the butt.
Chat, back me up.
No. Which in and of itself is already funny. You didn't need to take my ownership out of it.
Gigi's better in the butt.
There's always. That's not what I said.
I don't know. It was live on
Stick with your
twitch.tv.
strengths, they say. They say to stick with your strengths, and I'm gonna
It's
do
true.
that.
It is true. They do say that. I've heard them say that in the past.
Yeah, those are words that I have heard in that order.
Yeah. Can I get a Dire Moon off before that?
No. I don't need a chat coming in and turning on me.
I don't know.
Oh no.
I think they just like to keep people accountable, you know?
Wow,
I am the
You're
fucking
gonna
moon.
bring fucking accountability in this? Oh, that's
Accountability, Billy?
accountability.
No, not giving in the butt. No. She's just better in the butt, she said.
No, I said I'm better at hitting him in the butt, which is closer to what Nikki said.
I don't know.
Honestly, that's unnecessary.
I died.
Do that. Attacker corpse! Attacker corpse! I'll fight you instead! I've kind of learned the
It
timing of
goes in like 2 waves. It's like a double burst. And if
Yeah.
I'm in the second wave, it always gets me. Like I can get the timing of the first wave. It's the timing of the second wave that I can't get. She's
Nikki
better at
is-
hitting it
no.
in the butt.
That's what I said. I'm better at hitting him in the butt.
I'm better at hitting him in the butt.
Baby, I'm a giver! As Chapel
Wait,
would
why
say.
am I not alive?
Why are you not alive? Let me rest.
Okay, now I'm back. Not enough back shots
got
happening? Gotta hit him with the hot back shots. Because, you know, it's
Why does it
fire.
have to be hot?
Because it's fire damage.
I'm so uncomfortable!
Fire.
Fire.
Fire. Why is
Get
my
that
why
fire
do I
sheet.
look like I'm so far away from my character suddenly? Why am I so little? Why am I so little?
So far away from me.
My camera's like zoomed out or something. Maybe it'll fix itself? I don't fucking know.
Oh, that's weird. Usually it's my shit that's all fucked up. Is it back to normal inside?
No?
Oh, you whore.
Excuse me?
So, the arena's already all fucked up. This is... something crazy has happened.
Oh, come on.
I got it in the butt.
Yeah, see, it's a double burst, and that's what fucks me up.
Not the lasers.
Okay, my frame rate did not like all those lasers.
One more. All right, nice. Here's his head. Here's his head. Okay. Well, you see, biologically, humans.
The
run
human
about-
body takes
Well,
98.2.
actually, the human body runs at about
Andy,
98.6 degrees
how dare
Fahrenheit.
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 Andy!
Oh, no!
Oh, I'm dead.
I don't know how I died.
Alright. Bitch fucking got me. I was looking at his head. Fahrenheit. Fast Fred, thank you so much for that follow. I really, really appreciate it. I mean, I haven't scared you off with my
Amazing gaming skills
amazing
here.
gaming and
Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit.
98.6 degrees Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit. Oh my gosh. It's going to keep you. It's going to keep you nice and
Which is
warm.
on the warmer side.
It's on the warmer side of things, really. It's certainly much warmer than you want it to be outside.
I'm edging of Unhinged. You're chilling, big chilling. The edging. He is the edging.
I'm concerned. What does it even mean?
I mean, you never know.
I mean, I can make assumptions, but I don't want to be wrong.
Well, you know, it's really not the best to assume things about people, you know?
No, it's really not. You know what they say?
Yeah?
It's all assuming. It makes me act out of you and me.
No. No.
Bully him.
There is no wrong here. Clearly, we've passed. Well, no. We're at Optimus Prime levels of unhinged.
So, Fred, hear me out. How do you feel? No, I can't bring it back. I can't bring it back.
At least not until there's merch.
It's too soon. It's too soon.
It's too soon. It comes with the merch.
Chad is
reveal.
still recovering from the last time.
The wounds are still healing. The mental wound. Never.
The mental pictures. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh,
I feel
no.
so bad for the people who watched my fucking Melania VOD on YouTube and were like, what the hell is going on?
What the hell is going on?
What the hell is going on?
What the hell happened is that we lost all like forms of sanity for approximately 2 hours in the middle of the Melania fight. We got it back.
God, that was so funny.
Oh boy. I'm sorry. Excuse me? You have to do a review of this?
Yes, because he's a good consumer.
Excuse me? Gotta really get
I
your
was doing
personal
so good.
experience into the internet. The edging of Unhinged. Is that in your review? Are you just taking quotes from your Amazon review right now?
Oh, come on, I can't see. I can't see. I can't see. I can't see.
Oh, you
I
got him, you got
survived.
him, you got him.
Holy shit. I don't know how.
Chat has purchased this for you? Why would chat do that? For the lulz?
Probably.
I know the answer. I know the answer. What a silly question that I asked.
Why does chat do anything that chat does?
Go to his face.
Oh, you got that.
Yeah, I got it. Okay.
She did buy me a fat potato. It has light in it.
Oh. You know what, Nikki? You're not wrong. Okay. He's all up in my business. I would appreciate it if he would not right now. Oh, I am fucking dead.
No.
I have both potatoes. I have this potato that Andy made me for my Stardew Valley cat that I named Potato. And then back behind me right there is my potato
You
light.
bitch.
He's a squishy little potato.
Where did he go? Oh, there he is. He's hiding in the corner.
Whatever.
Whatever.
This game's a
We do
dumb
love
game for
potatoes.
babies.
It's stupid. This game is so stupid.
It's a dumb game for dumb babies.
Dumb baby game. So Fred, are you going
know.
to make up this review, or are you going to go off of personal experiences?
Whoa.
Out of curiosity.
Whoa. She straight up
Listen,
asked you if you're gonna fuck that sex doll.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
I mean,
I was asking if he is an honorable person, okay? I was asking if he's a liar or if he's a truther, okay? Sometimes you're a liar, sometimes you're a truther. I don't know. That is not it. You, again, putting words in my mouth. None of those words are the words that I said. None of those words are the words that I said. You guys are making assumptions about the words that I am saying. I came here to have a good time, and honestly, I'm feeling very
apparently so did
attacked right
Fred.
now. Okay. Andy's
What's wrong,
afraid that,
Andy?
do you think your neighbors are gonna get the wrong
What's wrong,
vibe from the
Andy?
stream? What's going on? Okay, listen, that is not what I said either. You guys need to get your ears checked. Honestly, I'm concerned. Maybe you should go see An ear, nose, and throat doctor for your ears. Is it coming for me? Oh shit, it's coming for me. It's coming for me. So. From you? It's all mine, it's fine. Apparently, I didn't know this. Apparently when I'm streaming, because my window here is right up towards the front of my house, sometimes you can hear me outside while I'm streaming.
No. I can definitely hear all the things that you say.
Like, not clearly, but I mean that track could be from Elden. Sometimes you just gotta make ends meet. I'm not gonna judge.
Oh my gosh, my second moon missed. That sucks.
Not the second moon. Okay. A lot of things just happened at the same time that I was not prepared for. Like, shut up. Oh boy. You could read the Amazon review to find out. That's true. Who do you think was selling all those drugs in the 60s? Okay.
Oh no, did you oh no.
I was at like 75% health and I got stuck in an animation.
Well, I didn't even get to stand up. Came here to attack people, and honestly, I'm having such a good time right now.
You were making it funny. It was very good. No, you good. Oh. I need to stretch. Okay.
Oh, I don't know if that came across on chat, but that neck crack was amazing.
You're doing great. And Andy, we're not judging you. You're good. Hello, sir. Would you like to get straight fucking murdered? It's time.
Oh, that was too early.
Sir, where are you going? Where you at? I spent so much just chasing this fucker.
I know.
No, we don't want him to chill out. We want him to burn. Maybe I should do cold.
Yeah, that's what the moon does.
Oh, the moon does cold? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I was in an animation again.
How was that too far?
Blup, blup, blup.
Yep.
No. Shit.
Honestly, I'm getting so frustrated. I don't think it took me this long last time either, but I had a different build than I have now.
He smacked the fuck out of me. It's okay, we've only been fighting this guy for 3.5 hours.
Yeah. Only.
Only.
Today. Only today.
Only today.
Alright, let's go.
We got this.
Alright, tree.
You may now challenge the area boss.
Why did you do that? Oh, you're such a bitch.
I hate when he just decides to randomly change what he does.
It's not even that, but like he just decided to do it while I was in the moon. last one.
Gonna hit him in the butt.
Blue.
Ow.
There we go.
Go on that dog.
Oh, okay. Well, you see.
I don't like that dog. Oh, okay. Ow. I don't hate anyone. Except this fucker.
Oh, it's a guy. Yes, even though he died, it got me.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, let's see what happens. Let's see how long it takes for me to die.
No, this is the one. You clutch. Clutch your butt cheeks.
Oh.
Let's go.
Oh. I went to go lock onto him and it turned my camera around.
The butt cheeks were not clutched. Oh, that was too funny.
Oh my god.
That was funny.
That was hilarious. Oh
That
my
was
God.
funny.
That was so great. So funny.
So funny.
Yeah. Alright, this is the one. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Are you gonna do it again? Nope. Okay.
Nope, I'm up in his business, so he's gonna do his swirly shit.
Yeah. I need to get out of the doorway.
Don't. Okay. Just don't.
Just
okay?
don't do it.
Don't do
Let's
it.
try that.
Don't
Come on,
do it.
whatever.
You don't want to. Sir. Sir.
I have to itch my nose.
Swirling? You little swirly bitch? Oh. He didn't like that I called him a bitch. Excuse me. I'm gonna run away.
No way.
Did you die?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you said there's no way because...
Oh, no. I was like, there's no way I'm back in the doorway again. Like.
Oh, gotcha. He's almost down.
Okay, that's
Okay. Oh,
phase. See, it happened to me last time! The residual shit got me. Oh my god, yeah, when my horse just died? Steph, I don't...
Oh, you're the death one? Oh
Yes.
my god, that clip on TikTok, I was laughing so hard.
He just fucking keels over.
After you've been talking for like straight up like a minute about how much you love this horse and how
Yeah.
you're just gonna keep using this
I'm
horse.
gonna keep using this horse. It's the most fun horse. And then he like gets like stuck on a rock and just dies. Oh my gosh.
Hilarious. Okay. This is the one. This one.
Okay.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Ba-da-da-ba, ba-da-da-da. What? Where did that go?
I don't know.
I went sideways.
Like chilling. That was fucking weird.
Oh, that tree really got it? That sucks.
That sucks. Oh my
That
God.
sucks.
He's out here just killing all the plants. Wow. He has no loyalty. That just tells you everything you need to know about him. Ah! Shit. No. Oh, shit. This time that was too early.
Is there another? Do we have any Elden Ring casters in the chat? Is there another fucking fire spell? No, I want spells. I don't want incantations.
I died. I did.
Da, da.
Magma Shot, Rykard's Rancor, and Gelmer's Fury. Well, that fucking sucks.
What?
That there's not a lot of like all of this.
There's not a lot of fire spells?
Yeah, they're all incantations, which is faith, not intelligence.
Oh.
Maybe I have Magma Shot. That's what I was using, but it's hard because he like moves so much. What I did notice that Night Comet does a pretty decent amount after I've hit him with a Dark Moon, but he's got like he's not weak or he's strong to magic or whatever. But he's weak to ice, so I'm gonna keep using Dark Moon, I guess, and Glintstone Ice Crag.
Sophie is just outside my door, just yelling. She's like, Mother, pay attention to me.
And I think Frenzied Burst is actually an incant. What is going on with my dodging right now? Not a spell. That was my whole health bar. That's crazy. Oh, I'm all screwed up now. Yeah. I'm over. It's Jover. My dodge timing's all jacked up from this one for some reason.
Dober.
Yep. I just know that's the one that melts. Did I pick it up? I'll have to see. I don't think I have any seals that are leveled though.
Fuck. How did I fuck up all of those lasers?
I know, when you mess one up, your rhythm gets so fucked.
I'm getting him so... I'm stabbing him right in the butt. Okay. He did not want to be stabbed directly in the butt, apparently.
No, not so much.
Directly
I'm trying to think.
in the butt.
I don't think any of my seals are leveled. And I don't know if I even have Frenzy Flame.
Do do do. His roots do kind of look like Pete's, don't they? Head on, apply directly to the forehead.
Don't even have it. That's fine. What did I take off? Oh, I just took off regular comment. Let's just fuck around with the Duelist Moonblade.
Yeah, let's do it.
Adula Moonblade!
Moonblade!
Moonblade! The
Hello,
moon
sir.
and the moon blade. Maybe this is it. This is the winning combo.
Maybe. That's so much moon.
Maybe that's
Can't go
his
wrong with moon.
weakness. His secret weakness.
The moon.
The moon.
He doesn't believe that the moon exists.
He's a flat mooner.
He's totally a flat mooner. Okay, that was a mistake. Ah, tits.
America's tits.
Merca's tits.
Don't do that.
Bank of America's tits.
Bank of America's tits, yeah. Oh, that was early? Okay.
Okay. Sure. That was great. That's exactly what I meant to do. Could you stop hitting me, please?
Stop titting!
Stop hitting me! America's ass! This is not America's ass. 100%. No way. Got him. Nope, you got him.
I got him.
Captain America.
Okay.
He is. Hello. Maybe we can dash. He's zooming. He's got the zoomies.
You do got the zoomies. I really wish he didn't, though.
He's got the post zoomies like my cat. Oh my god, I'm not hitting him at all. There you go.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what even that was.
Okay. You're gonna do that shit now? What are you after? What are you doing? Why am I only using one hand? Okay. I'm in the door. I'm trapped in the door. Shit. Yeah, I got fucked.
Oh, no.
I got trapped. I couldn't get out. You got this! You got this!
No, I don't.
Phase 3, phase 3, phase 3! I believe! This is the second time we've gotten to phase 3. After 3, almost 4 hours. Oh my god. You have so many flasks, you're fine.
Yeah, but I don't have any more mana. Oh,
That
he
makes
did another
things
one? Okay. Was not expecting another one?
The music is different. It's sad now.
Because we're kicked his ass. He's dying now. Oh no. I tried to heal during it.
Yeah. Is that dodgeable?
Yeah, you have to time it. It's really hard to time, but it is dodgeable. I've seen people dodge it.
I believe.
It's dodge. I've seen people do it. It's just, have I ever done it? No.
We got this.
Got this. It's fine.
Yeah, by third phase, he gets like he starts getting kind of weak. And yeah, this music is kind of sad. But don't feel bad for him.
No, this bitch sucks.
Did you die
when
he
died?
didn't die. He just like he puts him in like this weird weak animation. I don't know why I even tried to do that. I knew I couldn't do it. Oh my gosh, again.
Would you do something different, please? But not too different, because I need to know what you're doing. Okay. Why am I using one hand instead of two? I'm fucked. That was not good for me. Sorry. I did very poorly on that one.
It's okay. I'm just greeting until he kills me.
I'm gonna take a really quick go piss girl,
Okay.
and I'll be right back. And get more love.
Okay. There we go. I was like, is he ever gonna kill me or what? All right. Well, Gigi's doing a go piss girl. I guess that's probably a good opportunity to stretch. Ugh. There's gotta be. I think we're close. I think we're here. I think we're close. I think we're close. It's just locking in. Not getting greedy, not getting sloppy. Pussies! I think that's what we're gonna do for Streamiversary at the end of the month. I think we're gonna make a new cult. So be here or be square. I'm not your mom. I don't know. Thought I was playing the game. This is the first boss that I've changed any of my build for. I changed my Ash of War on my Uchi Katana. This is the first boss I've ever done that. I don't normally change my builds. I usually just kind of like powerhouse through it. But he's weak to fire. It says he's weak to cold, and I had a cold Uchi first, but technically, even though it's not what's on right now, this build was I have a Rivers of Blood and I have a Flame Uchi right now, but I normally have a Moon Veil and my staff. I don't know, maybe I'll go back to the Twin Blades, because Twin Blades do both. But problem with the Twin Blades is if you one-hand it, it's using the magic sword. You have to two-hand it to use the fire sword. So maybe I'll do the same thing I've been doing, and I'll just weaken him with the Dark Moon, which gives the magic buff. And then I can switch to this, because this has this range here. Which is the magic, I know, but then it also has this. I don't know, man. Horseman literally did ask to be like, he did ask to die. He asked to be sacrificed. I mean, or should I just put my fucking moon veil back on? Just know I'm thinking about it. No, I don't think Moonveil's the answer. I really think that I think that the Flame Uchi is fine. Or the Twin Blades is fine. You're back?
Yeah.
Oh my
sorry.
gosh.
I
No,
just
you're fine.
I was sitting there and I was like, shit, I really gotta pee.
I gotta pee. Got pissed, girl.
I was very focused.
No, you're fine. I was just chilling.
But I also got myself a cookie.
Seamless. Use a bonk. Yeah, this is. I'm using. I'm doing an ice caster build was what I was doing, which is why I had this plus the ice uchi. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
I'm a little bit bonky.
You're a little bonky. Oops! I just hold on. I wasted a thing.
Okay.
I used the wrong button. Okay. Alright, now we can go. Didn't want to go in there wasting a flask right off the get. Okay. Okay, now if he doesn't do it again... See, he did it... oh, why does he do it again every time I go into the moon? He's input reading, I think. Just get your stupid debuff, please. There we go.
He's sparkly.
Yeah, he's sparkly now.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
I was like, maybe I was doing so badly because I had to pee. Clearly not. Maybe it was fueling me.
Yeah, your bladder was, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe next time not look like a snack. Horseman, did you get nommed?
Yeah,
Did you get chomped?
Horseman got eaten in my cult, in Cult of the Lamb.
Oh. Who got eaten in mine? I don't remember who got eaten in mine.
Yeah, Nikki died, and obviously we resurrected her. And then she died, but she came back as a zombie, and then she ate Horseman.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I would do the same.
Yeah. But the funniest part is that Horseman, you've played Cult of the Lamb, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Like,
yeah.
twice.
So Horseman came to me a couple days prior and was like, "Dear leader, please, like, it would mean more than anything, like, to be sacrificed in the name of the cult. Like, please, like, sacrifice me." And then, like, 3 days later in game, like, Nikki eats him alive.
Oh no. But that's not considered a sacrifice, right? That's just
No,
cannibalism.
it's just funny that he was like, "Please, I want to die in the name of the cult."
Those feet. Ooh. Ah, I thought I got out of it. Okay. Wow, he was just all up on my ass.
Not a fan of you? I should not be going backwards. I should be going side to side. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking.
Oh, with the lasers?
The lasers, yeah. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking backing up.
Definitely good chat interactive for sure.
Forward,
Thanks
I
for bringing it
always
back.
go side to side and I have no problems. But dodging backwards was dumb. Alright. If we go in and he doesn't immediately do the thorns,
Yeah,
like,
what if,
it
what
fucks
if
me
I
up.
go in first? Let me go in first. That way he targets me initially,
And I can moon
and
him.
then you can. Yeah.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Come at me, bitch.
That one's gonna hit the fucking tray and it's gonna explode and waste. Yep, I hate that. What?
Okay. Gigi's just tired of getting hit through the door. Listen, it's only happened like 3 times. But no, I think he goes
it's
after
the second
whoever goes
fucking
in
burst
first.
that kills me.
Moon him, show him your butt. I'm not gonna die immediately this time. I am a liability right now.
I don't like. I'm getting so frustrated because I'm just thinking of the bosses that are coming after this, and I'm just like how?
Better in the butt? 100%, Nikki. You understand. I'm better at hitting him in the butt.
I'm actually not. I'm not bad at Messmer. I'm pretty good at dodging Messmer. It's just this motherfucker. This motherfucker.
This motherfucker.
This motherfucker.
Hello, sir. Nice to see you.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh no. He found me. He sees me. He knows where I am.
You may now challenge the area boss. I sure can. It's about fucking time. Oh shit, oh no, it worked. I thought it was way too assuming he's attacking the other person.
Yeah.
Present thine butthole! I'm gonna hit him in it. Oh no.
Nice. You got him?
Yeah.
No, 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 no,
no, no, no, no, no!
Oh no.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh no.
I tried, but I fucked up. Hello, sir. That didn't go the way I wanted it to go. Well, that was a disappointing, like, 10 seconds of my life.
What? Oh, the back swipe! God fucking damn it.
The problem is, like, I can't... It's not telegraphed when he's gonna do the back swipe, and I can't figure out when it happens.
Can't ever dodge the second wave. I can't dodge. I don't know what it is. If I'm in the second wave, my timing is fucked up. Okay. This is happening.
Excessive?
Tonight.
No, I'm not. Yeah. It's only 9 p.m. for me, so there's plenty of time.
Oh, well, that's just great for you.
Well, isn't that just great?
Isn't that just wonderful for you?
Isn't that just so nice? You should try being in mountain time.
Oh, sorry, I'm just in stinky Eastern time.
Stinky, stinky Eastern.
Go after me instead. Let her moon you. She wants to moon you. She wants to show you her moon.
Try Alaska time? Hell. Wait, I'm just straight up punching him right now. Where the fuck is my sword?
No, you are not.
Oh, God. What is happening? Why does this keep happening?
I don't know.
I swear to God, I have not touched that fucking button. Oh my God. I was like, wait, why am I not doing like any damage? Because I'm punching him with my fist.
Oh my God.
Okay, we're good.
You don't have like, I don't know, like you're not like accidentally like two-handing nothing?
What do you mean?
Like if you have nothing in your left hand and you go two-hand, like...
Well, the thing is, I don't ever like go away from two-hand. So something is happening where it's switching. When I go to do some of these bottom buttons, like an input thinks that I'm, yeah. Okay, it's when I hold down. Do you see that? Like I'm holding the down button and it's taking out my sword. And I'm not doing that.
It's, yeah, your like actual D-pad is like buggy.
Yeah. I'm just pressing it too hard apparently. Oh my God, that was...
Oh my God, okay.
That was absolutely...
Stop abusing your controller.
I'm not abusing it! I was just pressing the button! I just wanted to make sure that it knew!
What did it just hit there? That there was nothing there. That was weird.
And also correct. That was what I was trying to avoid saying. Who you attacking right now there, bud? That's twice that he's gotten me with that. Where am I? Where am I?
Deceased.
You know how the last part of that, it like yeets you backwards?
Yeah.
It yeeted me into the wall, so I was fucked.
Oh.
Because usually that like gets you really far away and then you can heal. No. I was stuck next to him. No. That's how it happened. Okay.
It's fine. Everything's fine, chat. Everything's fine.
Oh my God, chat. This is going so good.
I'm not absolutely losing my fucking mind right now.
No. Perfectly sane. Perfectly even keeled and wonderful. Everything is great and glorious and fantastic.
I'm not losing my fucking mind right now, chat. I'm having so much fun.
My fucking mind.
I'm having so much fun.
So much. Oh my God, this is so much fun.
I'm having so much fun.
Okay. Whee! Ah! I forgot to dodge.
Twice. Yep, twice. It's the B button or the I guess it's the circle button on PlayStation.
I didn't press the wrong button. I just did it.
No, I'm just reminding you which button it was.
Oh, thank you.
It's the circle button.
It's the circle button. Yeah. Fuck. Oh boy. None of these count, by the way. None of these tries count.
Yeah, this is just practice.
Practice.
Our coach is
You'll
just really
know.
hard on us, you know?
You'll know when we're trying for real.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be
You'll be
super
so
obvious.
you'll be so impressed.
Oh my god. You'll be like, oh my god, these are the best Elden Ring players ever.
Look at these gamers.
Look at these fucking gamers. What were they doing before?
What is that? What does that look for, Horseman? What does that look? What does that look? What does that mean? What does that look? What does that mean?
What does it mean?
What does that mean?
What does it mean?
But what what does that mean though?
I need to check something really quickly. Give me a second.
Okay.
Something is weird.
Yes, we are.
Well, okay.
Can I like go all the way up to it and look inside? Oh, let me in. Oh, let me in. Let me look inside.
Okay.
Where did my chat go? What the? Okay.
They left.
What the fuck?
They couldn't take it
No,
anymore.
the
They
actual
left.
Chat window, my actual chat window just disappeared.
Yeah, because they
From
left.
OBS. Okay.
They alt F4'd themselves.
Chat hates me. I knew it. Okay, sorry. So
Okay.
one of my settings is weird, but I don't know if I fixed it. It's fine.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna remember to dodge this time.
Good job.
Thanks.
Hackaman did one for you. What the hell?
Because I got all up in his business, and so once you get up in his business, he's not gonna do it anymore. He's gonna do the sweet one. I knew that you hated me, Nikki. I knew it. It was only a matter of time before it was confirmed. Ow. Ow. Can you not right now, sir? I'm trying to heal. You. Okay. Okay. Well, I managed to not totally die. You hold a lot of hate in your heart, Nikki. I'm impressed.
Oh, as much? Wow. I don't even get to like get that. I don't even get that honor. I have to share it with Gigi. Wow.
You don't want to share anything with me, Pig.
You're the one who doesn't want to stream with me exclusively and
Okay,
nobody else for the rest of eternity
listen,
for forever.
Listen. Hello.
Hi, Trem. Dingus. Oh, he backed away.
As you should. Ding it, ding it.
Why do you keep running away from my moon?
Not the zoomies.
I know, but I wish she would not have the zoomies.
Krem, how are you? Ah! Oh no, that wasn't me that died. It was my. Okay, it's fine. I got scared.
Ooh.
Oh, that fucking backup bullshit. I do in this second phase is run after him.
I know.
Gross. Fuck!
Oh no, we were doing so good.
Sorry, that came from the soul. My bad. I yelled that so loud. Oh, it's from deep within.
Come on. You needed one hit. You bastard.
It's so dramatic.
Not exactly. You're still never. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm still your most hated streamer. I was very worried for a second.
Hashtag hated. Hashtag
hated. Hashtag the worst.
Hashtag I'm number one.
Hashtag I literally should just die. Like hashtag like, you know, the worst
hashtag
stuff.
why even bother?
Why even try? Yeah.
Trem, I like how you capitalized moist.
Well, because it's very moist.
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 Moist. Hello, sir.
Can I throw a moon at you, please? Can you get distracted by Gigi?
No, he's definitely going after me. Let's see. He's doing great. Excuse me, I need to hit you in the butt, sir.
Ah.
Okay, where the fuck did that come from? Hi! Don't. Please. Okay. You got him?
Got him?
Okay. Where's this bitch? Where is this bitch?
Come
There
this
he
way.
is. We got the tree. Roasted and toasted. We are... You know what? We are doing our best with this bitch. And at some point, he will be dead. And then we won't have to ever think about him ever again. Everyone just gets the giggles for no reason. I mean, that was definitely us at the Melania fight.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about either. I'm just making shit up. Stop it! Will you please just let me hit you? He's such a dick. I did take that tip about dodging forward with those thorns. I think that did help a little bit. Not that you would know based off with my death rate, but
Kill him.
I assume he's going after your mimic with those shots. So otherwise it just looks like he's like, fuck this tree in particular. This one, this is the time. This is the one.
Mm-hmm. Ice seems to also be working pretty well.
I don't know if I actually have anything that's ice is the problem.
You may have chilling mist, but you should have just like cold as like a thing.
It depends on which one. I'm gonna stick with fire. I'll stick with fire. Unless I get annoyed.
No, it's definitely working. Like it's definitely working for sure.
Hello, sir. I'm gonna run to you. I'm gonna dodge towards you. Oh, that didn't work. That almost took me entirely out. Amazing. One hit almost killed me. Okay. I would be more useful today. Was that dramatic enough? I don't know if that was.
That was a smidge on the dramatic side.
Just a little bit.
That was a teeny tiny bit on the dramatic side.
Just a smidge. Oscar worthy, thank you.
Wolfie, welcome back.
so much.
How was a subpar man?
How was Superman?
Superman! Oh my
Was
gosh,
it-
how was
was it
Superman?
Was it super?
Was it so
God.
super?
We've been fighting this boss for so long that Wolfie has watched an entire movie.
Oh my god.
And also traveled home, I assume. Let's go! Ever a theater actress? No. I only look like one.
No, she only played the
I can see
flute
how you'd be confused.
in band.
I was in my senior year musical in high school though. Fuck! God damn it! Why? Why do I suddenly suck? Oh my god. Thank you, Parrot. A renowned strategy for this game is not dying.
We're
I don't
doing
know what
fine,
happened.
guys. We're doing fine. We're doing fine.
I was doing okay, and then all of a sudden I'm absolute ass. It sounds like effort. Bro, tell me about it. Every day, every goddamn day of my goddamn life. Just trying to not die.
Just trying to not die, man.
That's ridiculous.
Crazy. Was fighting for my life 24/7.
24/7, 365.
24/7, 365.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, you didn't want to do the thorns at all. Okay. That's fun. I would like to die. I am a liability.
I start thinking to myself, this is actually not, this is going well. And then I'm like, oh, okay.
I know. I know. Like, we get his health down really far, and then
I think you get greedy.
I don't know if I'm just up in his business. Maybe I get greedy. I don't know if that's what it is, but maybe it is. I need to get back to what I'm good at, which is stabbing him in the butt. My bread and butter. Yeah, no, just keep shooting my dead body with your lasers. That's really great. Really good. That is, we did discuss that earlier. But I'm really good at hitting him in the butt.
She's really good at doing it in the butt.
That is not what I said. That is not what I said. Out here changing my words.
No.
Changing my words.
I think that's kind of what was said.
That is not what I said. I'm good at hitting him in the butt. How dare you?
You're good at penetrating.
Okay, I actually did not say fucking. I did not say penetrating you, bitch.
My sword.
How dare you? Oh my god.
I was talking about your sword.
On the internet.
I was talking about your sword.
That's what they all say. That's what they all say. You love a good bucket ice. Fuck, you flower ass bitch.
Oh my gosh, they like got so confused by my moon. That was crazy.
So crazy.
No, I wanted blue.
Trem, I like how you're
Sailor
so
Moon,
disappointed in my performance that you left me with that.
I was trying something different. I was just trying something different.
Do some great stuff.
Just trying something
cool
different.
hair stuff.
You
I
know?
saw your. I was looking. It looks super cute with your little space buns.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Is that Owen Wilson as a child?
Is that Owen Wilson as a child? Wow.
Did you hear that?
Oh my god, I think that's Owen Wilson as a child.
That's Owen Wilson as a child. I fucking can't. I fucking can't, my guy.
My guy. Stop attacking me. Did you stop?
Stop. Just stop it.
No. Ah!
What was that?
And again, came from deep within my soul. I can't dodge jack shit right now. I don't know what it is.
Do we need to go elsewhere and come back?
No.
Okay.
I honestly think that the problem is that like before I wasn't running like in straight for him. I was going around and I was taking my time, and now I'm just like I'm not a run and gun kind of person, and I'm going against my nature, and I need to stop fucking doing that.
So go slow and steady.
Yeah. I was like, I'm gonna draw all the attacks away from you, and then I did. It's me. Hi. I'm the problem, it's me. I'm getting the thorns. He just wants that ass, you know. Sometimes is Gigi an ass man? Maybe.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's why I'm playing so badly, is I just really want to keep fighting that ass. That ass. That tree ass. Only this one. I'm very particular about my asses. Where him is?
Right behind you.
Okay. Fuck. I'm so close to death right now.
I got it. I got it.
You got him?
Yep, I got him.
Okay.
Okay. We just have to be really careful of the explosion.
Yep.
Okay, behind you. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, there's the explosion. Okay.
Okay. Can't run away from it. I had burned. Shit.
fuck.
Fucking finally.
Sorry you weren't here for it. I took the chance.
No, it's fine. No, I needed you to. Because, like, there was no fucking way. I was there until almost the end of it, so I'm good. Jesus Christ. GG's! That's me! I am GG.
Oh my god.
Fuck! That was crazy.
That was ridiculous.
That was... You're in the bathroom, do it again. No!
Oh my god.
Fuck you! You didn't miss much. Listen, I said I needed to get back to my roots, and I did, and then we won.
Yeah, see? You were getting in your head.
Immediately. I was getting all in my head.
You was getting in your head.
Get your head in the game. Gotta get your head in the game. Listen!
Did you get wounds?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I know it's not guaranteed. What do I want? Do I want more health, or do I want...
Let me get my 0 just so it's gone off the map. Oh, that was crazy.
Banonkers. See, now, chat, that's how you should beat the flower on the first try. We did it. First
exactly.
try. We told you you would know when we finally started trying for real.
For real.
And then we did it. For real. I'm getting more health.
Oof.
Should I
Yay, you beat it first try.
should I crack some runes and
I mean,
get down
I need
to 0 again?
I mean, I need like 120k, so.
Yeah, I mean, same. I'm just scared.
Well, we have to go back. Like, we didn't do Shadowkeep. Like, we went through the back way in Shadowkeep, and we haven't gone into Shadowkeep. So we still have like the whole like mini dungeon to do still.
We did some nonsense.
We did do some nonsense.
It's hard to remember because it's been forever in game.
4.5 hours today. Not even counting what we did last week.
No, I won't see Pink or Gigi for a week after that battle. No. Where did you go to?
I went to High Road Cross. Yeah.
We're gonna have to play a little bit long tonight to make up for the fact that there's no Elden next week.
Oh yeah, there's no Elden next week, guys. Gigi is doing other things with her life.
I know. I'm good. To be fair, I would not like miss it for anything but seeing Jurassic Park with the symphony. I'm sorry.
Why do you not love it? I know, Nikki, I know.
It's Jurassic Park with the symphony.
The symphony.
What do you expect me to do? Not
the
go see it?
symphony, chat.
Symphony.
Oh, don't forget your fire is still on.
I noticed. I was like, wait a minute, this is wrong.
Yeah, we can change it when we get up here.
Yeah, next time we get to a grace. I'm like, oh fuck, I need my blood back. It's gonna be amazing. If it's anything like Fellowship, I'm gonna cry immediately.
I'd be so scared. No, it's amazing. I did. Bring us, obviously. Yeah, duh. Duh.
It's like, if you're not gonna be a stream, then... Oh, shit, I just died.
I should.
I should.
I should.
A man? I know,
man.
we're getting killed by men instead of a plant.
I know, I just killed a murderous fucking, whatchamacallit? Sunflower. No man
and now
can
we get
kill
murdered
me.
by a man?
No man can kill me.
Listen, if the music can be in the room with you, who's to say the dinos won't also be in the room? Solid logic. Can't deny that.
It's true, though. She brings up a really good point. They did say Jurassic Park live. Like, they didn't say what part would be live.
True. Excuse me, sir. Get burned.
Actually get frozen. Teehee.
Tee-hee-hee. Oh, it's this man. Oh shit, I need my runes. Hello, man.
No thank you, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you. I don't want this heat, literally.
Because I'm getting out of the kitchen because I can't handle the heat.
Ah! 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 It's fine.
I seen it on YouTube. I
It's
saw it on
fine.
TikTok. Did you die?
No.
Okay, good.
But I got really close.
It's like Toad. You. Ow. Okay.
Fire!
Shoot me with an arrow? Excuse me, sir. No. I'm going for this bitch. Oh, okay.
Oh no. Ah! Too many bitches.
We keep getting murdered by men. I need my... I don't know. If it's in a book, does that mean it's...
Yes. Books are only written about the truth.
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. When you write, you write.
You're right, exactly.
When you write, you write.
Oh my god!
Did you just get murdered by a man?
The big man!
Oh, the biggest man?
The biggest man.
Oh,
Oh
and
my
Jurassic Park was a
gosh.
book first. You know what? You're also right about that. You just stay over. Oh, don't look at me. I'm over here. I'm on a horse. You can't see me. I'm on a horse.
I feel like I'm not making any progress getting further into this fucking castle here.
What do you mean? We're doing great. This is all going according to plan.
Oh. Glad this was your plan all along.
Oh no. Did he see me? Shit. 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 Fuck. I need my runes. Oh no. 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 Oh no. This is bad. Fuck. Okay. Goodbye, 75,000 runes. Goodbye, 75,000. I couldn't heal because of the animation. The only thing I could try to do was dodge, and I did not do so successfully. I was trying to sneak. I thought maybe he didn't see me, but he did. He did see me.
But alas, he saw you.
Turns out, but all ass. I am not as sneaky as I thought. Where did that man go? Oh, there he is. Oh,
I have
there's
made
that
it.
man. I don't want that man.
I have made it.
You have made it.
Would you like me to go? It's the next
just
race.
Run.
Okay.
No, 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 no. I leveled up. I did level up after the tree. Don't worry. It was just the remaining runes from the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like we got like 260,000 runes from the tree, and then I leveled up.
Which was like
that
almost
used-
200,000.
Yeah, it was like 180,000.
Okay. I have
And so I still had like
Grace. It was
I had, like,
delicioso. I've had them
65,000.
before.
Is it good?
It's like a cinnamon cream.
I don't like cinnamon.
Oh my
no.
god! Of course
Was
she
that an
doesn't like
elevator?
cinnamon. Yes. Ferret, I want to do it so bad, but she doesn't save all of her VODs, and there's so many.
Oh my god. I didn't mean to heal. It's fine.
Oh, there is still plenty, but the oh my gosh, do you guys remember the cave? The cave when her runes were like over on the platform? And she had to like hop to all these different platforms to get to the platform with her runes. Oh god, that was the best one.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm here.
Do you want to change your
Let
thing
me-
back?
Yeah. I would have, yeah. Since I missed the first like 2, I was like, there's no point in me saving the rest of them, so I just haven't been.
I've saved all of mine.
Blib. There's
Blib.
plenty of material in yours though, and that's honestly probably the better angle.
The better
anyway.
angles? Yeah.
Yeah. Where are we going? Are we fighting somebody?
Uh-huh.
Oh shit. All right.
I don't think he's as hard though.
Golden hippopotamus.
Correct.
Oh no. I feel bad.
Don't feel bad. He wants to eat our faces.
Like you do. Oh, okay. That doesn't feel biologically accurate to a hippopotamus.
It's a golden hippopotamus.
You're right. What was I doing? It's got some water. I like plenty of food. Because I don't have my... This fucking D-pad, I swear. He's got a mohawk.
Yeah, I was trying to heal.
Oh, I got chomped.
Chomp. I don't think golden
I think
hippo is
that's
harder
okay.
than sunflower. I think we'll probably get it in 5 or less attempts.
Are you a porcupine or a fucking hippopotamus?
I would say golden hippo.
What are you doing? This doesn't feel accurate. Oh,
Porcurino? It's a golden hippo.
Dorino.
It's right there in the name.
Golden
Golden
hippo-
hippopotamus.
Yeah.
It's right there in the
It was
name.
the asshole
It's
who
right
choose
there
violence.
in the name.
It's just right there.
It's right there in the name.
What you even say?
Gosh,
golden
guys.
Hippopotamus.
Golden hippopotamus.
Hippopotamus.
Why are you saying it with like a Japanese accent? Hippopotamus.
You don't know me.
You're right. You're right.
Don't worry, I picked up my 0 runes.
I'm so glad about that.
I was concerned. Where is my... Oh my god. I was just punching again. I hate everything. Oh no, I got trapped.
I stun
Oh,
him.
where's that?
Get him, get him, get him, get him. I got him. Got him in the eye. Let's go.
Down with the eyeball.
I got him in the eye.
I'm gonna get him in the
Chompy.
butt.
I got chomped. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive.
Or I'm hitting him in the butt. As, you know, as I want to do.
Let's go! First try!
First try! Basically.
Shut up, it was first try. First try, let's go!
I mean, basically. I probably would have been able to do 2 levels. Oh well. Ooh, I got the Skadoosh blessing.
Skadooch!
Skadoosh?
Skadooch!
Skadoosh?
Skadooch!
Yep.
Hooray! Hooray! We did it!
See, I told you Golden Hippo's not hard. I've also fought Golden Hippo 1,000 times playing Night Rain now.
1,000 times.
1,000 times.
1,000 times. Who's this man? ...
We have not been abandoned.
Messmer is the queen of America. The son of Queen America, I meant.
Our own flesh and blood.
Except for she did. But Messmer, okay. Roll, lore drop, let's go. Messmer went fucking kind of psycho a little bit. And he, like, she, like, left him here. And he, like, rules here because he went cray.
No. I got festive grief.
I also never put my other katana back on.
Katana?
My other katana.
I'm Moonville! Yay! Hooray!
A man.
I was frightened. Clearly. Oops.
Wake up, motherfucker.
Reg, you thought you were sleeping? Now you're dead. Now you the great sleep.
The big sleep.
Sleep of the dead, baby.
Oh, you got killed.
I thought I dodged it. I did not, clearly. I am just made of poor gameplay today.
It's fine. Oh my gosh, the main Josh.
The main Josh?
Mm-hmm.
Is this the main Josh?
The main Josh.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Can you imagine meeting the main
The
Josh?
main Josh?
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
Here's the main Josh. Look, it's right here. The main Josh.
Oh my rules.
Do we know it, Josh? So that's actually it's
main.
yeah, it's main Gauche. But the people that host Elden Ring Bingo are Domo and Josh, and that's it's not even my joke.
It's a good. Motherfucker!
Wait, who got you?
These other men?
Oh, other men?
I know.
Oh my
there are
gosh.
2 of them.
I can't believe there's
2
other
men!
men.
I know. There shouldn't be this many. There's honestly too many men.
There's just too many men.
There's just too many men. Too many men.
Isn't that show? That's the name of that
many
show,
cooks.
right? Too many men? Men,
Too
men,
many
too many men, men, too many men. That's the show, right?
What are you? What?
2.5 men.
I don't even know. Oh, I've never. Wait, I don't know what's happening.
Thank you, Ferret. Thank you.
Ah!
Oh my god. I just saw arrows flying. I have no idea what just happened.
The arrows aren't even this man. Ow. Fuck.
Oh my god, he got wrecked.
Dead. And then this man.
Hey, stop that, man.
Problem.
Man.
Run too far, and I don't have any stamina.
Get wrecked. Oh, the runes. Okay, so what's out? So there's an out here, but then there's also a here.
Uh-huh.
Does this go? Oh, it just goes down. There's another man down there with loot and a tree. I don't know. Maybe this will this go over here?
Maybe. That feels like a very far drop.
It does feel like kind of a far drop, right?
Connect.
Holy proof pickle liber.
Libber.
Liber.
Oh my god. I just saw your life flash before my eyes. Oh, I thought for sure you were a goner. Oh, I thought for sure you were a goner. Oh my god. That was utterly terrifying.
Shadow Mothman gauntlets? We got them Mothman gauntlets.
Mothman?
Mothman? Oh, there's a man. Oh, did you go down?
I did go down. Door? Open?
Door.
Oh my god, I can't make the door go fat any more faster, okay? Chill.
Door.
Oh wait, we just went in a circle.
Ah.
We don't need to go that way. We need to, wait, we need to go below. So maybe like, we do drop down? Because this continues up. Like,
Yeah,
this
there's
very
only
clearly continues up. You...
How dare you attack my friend!
Nice. Oh, a ladder. Hold on, let's wait. Let's wait. Let's get this first.
I'm in. He was coming for you.
Nikki, you're still not feeling well? That sucks.
I hate not feeling good.
It makes me not feel good.
Specific, yeah, nothing.
Wee. Wee. Oh, okay. Sewers. Oh, a painting. Wow. Wait, is that literally all that's down here? Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Yeah, maybe we do need to drop down. I just don't know how we get back up.
I know. I mean, probably have to travel.
Maybe sweet death. It's my favorite. It calls to me.
Interesting. I really need like 10 or 16,000 for another level.
Talk about it. How many do I need? 100. It would only be 25 if I hadn't lost all of my runes.
Uh,
I'm coming. I'm almost there. It takes
Okay.
7.5 business days to climb up those ladders. Jesus Christ.
so there's... Let me drop this side, I think, first. My so many runes! Exactly, I do have so many. Okay. I see men.
So many. Oh.
Okay, there's a big man over there, so let's get this first. Talisman of Lord's Bestowal.
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 It's over here. Ooh, there's a door. Oh, there. Is that the man you were talking about?
That man is the one I was talking about, yeah. What's this door?
What's
Oh, it's an... Oh, it's a down.
a down.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Alright, let's wait to go down.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go kill this man. Looks like I fell flat on my face when I fell.
A little bit of man mother.
Ooh!
Not the moon.
Ooh! You got murdered.
He bopped me right on the fucking
You got
head.
mandered.
Got mandered.
I killed him for
Murdered.
you, don't worry.
Thank you. You avenged me.
I did avenge you.
Get avenged, bitch.
Alright, let me see where there's a glass. There's a door.
Alright.
Ooh, a man. A dead man.
You good?
I don't know. I don't know.
Is there a man?
There's a man.
I'm coming as fast as I can.
Oh shit. He has many attack. He is dead. I did it. Okay. Woo! Alright. What was in here? This is where I was attacked by this man.
Golden vow.
Another ladder. Where does it go?
Up or down?
Up.
Where are you?
What's a door? Wait, here? Wait, here? Huh?
Huh?
It leads back up to where the shooting man was.
The shooting man?
Yeah.
Oh. There was a door there.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to
So
go to that drop down place?
yeah. Okay.
Well, at least we know we can get back.
Yeah. I guess what's the best way over here?
Gonna go the way.
No, this way.
Can you maybe run by a sprinkler or something? Or is she covered in blood?
Where's the door?
That door. Oh, it's this door.
This door.
This door.
Oh, this is Golden Hippo.
Oh. Okay. Well,
Okay,
we know
so
where
I
we are.
think so I think we got everything then. Okay. So we progress.
Which means we have to fight that other man.
I know, and I only have 1 flask left. Well, no flasks left.
Wanna fast travel back?
Which one's the best one? I guess Main Gate Plaza, maybe?
Or just the hippo that was just right there.
Yeah. That's what Main Gate Plaza is, apparently. Cool. Cool.
I mean, if they're gonna give us this little workaround, might as well exploit it.
Yeah, and then you literally just go out the door and up the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Cool.
I am the walrus. Cuckoo, cuckoo.
Main Gate Plaza sounds like a mall name. Kinda.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that door. I didn't need to go all the way around. Hello, sir. That's right. He shoots fire.
Yeah, we're in a fireplace right now. We're in a fireplace.
Someone call Santa.
Oh, get absolutely wrecked, my guy.
Absolutely fucked. I don't know why I was so scared of that man. He was lame. Cuckoo, cuckoo.
You like my outfit?
You wear your pants!
I have pants on.
You do not have pants on.
They're part of my outfit.
You do not have pants on, ma'am.
Oh my gosh, everyone's so judgy all the time. I don't have a camel toe.
Whoa. I'm just gonna travel to here real quick. Casually violating TOS.
There, better.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, now we explore. Don't tell exactly. You don't control me, my life.
You almost forgot me.
I didn't forget you. You were right there. You were
sure,
right there.
I was also in the middle of doing my casual destruction.
Well, maybe you'll learn eventually.
Wow.
Jar, man, stop. I have pants on. In fact, I even have a skirt on right now.
Yeah, but this is a skirt only.
Oh my gosh. I'm so judgmental here, everybody. I'm feeling very judged right now.
You should.
Feeling very judged, and I'm a little mental, okay?
Why is he so squishy? Jars are not squishy.
Wall of sparks.
H2 flare.
Well, it was what was inside the jar. That was squishy.
I also hate pants, not gonna lie.
Put your thing away!
Why are you just out here reaching?
You can't just grab people like that.
Your protrusions.
Oh, that was a secret. I'm so glad I did that. Look at that. There's just a secret door right there.
How did you open that? With magic?
With magic.
Oh, I don't have magic.
I would have never
See,
found
look at it crawling out of the jar.
Ew, ew, ew!
Well, you would have if you really bumped into it or touched it or something. You would have.
Oh, it exploded on me. Okay, motorcycle. Fucking chill. Ew, why are there flies?
Ew, don't spit your gunk all over me.
Ew, keep your goo to yourself. I don't want it.
What is going on here, guys?
It's jiggly goo. That's honestly.
Ew, stop blooding all over.
I don't like that at all. You blood on me, I blood on you first, bitch.
Stop.
Zone.
Don't do it.
I
What's
don't like
this?
it.
Ew. Why is it so gross right here?
Stop.
Stop being
I don't like it.
gross.
Oh no, another prescription?
Wait, we can go down?
Or we can go down.
Oh, okay. It's the same. Okay. I have so many runes. Oh, there's a grace ahead. I see it.
I have 150. So I'm very close to being able to also level up after losing all of my runes again.
Guys.
Guys!
Guys. Excuse me.
Smash some wounds.
Some runes.
I think I just need like 20 something thousand. I think this one. Oop, I need to do that. Whoops!
Whoopsies.
Whoopsie!
Bop. Bop.
I probably didn't even need to do that much. That's fine. That was close. Let's do... Dex? Did you get bored?
No, I was just waiting.
Are you gonna fight somebody? Is this a door?
I love that you chose to go in that one instead of the big one.
The big one takes so long.
The big one doesn't work, which is very funny that you didn't even try the big one first. You were just like, mini door?
Maybe it went to a different place. Who knows? Get wrecked.
There are many bats.
Buddy bad. Frickin' bats.
Frickin' bats.
I love color. Get wrecked. Ah! Who's shooting fire at me?
He's all the way ahead. Did you see him now?
No.
He's all
Ow.
the way ahead. He
Oh,
is
this man?
This man.
Fuck this man.
Yeah. But you get his really cool hat.
Ooh, I like his cool hat. Oh, stop. I'm about to fucking die. Oh. Stop it.
Ah! Get stunned. Get stunned on. Yes.
Bitch.
Yes.
Salsa hood.
Salsa's hood.
We love a salsa.
It's very
hood.
silly and I love it.
A hood made out of salsa.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
Salsa.
exactly. Yeah.
No. No.
Yeah. And then there are days that I think to myself and I'm like, why is my stream not more popular?
Oh,
Hmm.
it's because you hang out with chuckle fucks like me.
Yeah, that might be it, but I don't think so.
Probably. I'm just gonna rest. Listen, I bring this weird energy. Don't even deny it.
Zone's the way.
Don't do it. Don't do it at all. Ooh,
All right, so
crazy.
we didn't finish the rest of the castle. We like went to the basement.
Okay, so we should go.
Yeah, we should go back.
Okay. It's pretty though.
It is pretty. So we need to go to storehouse, first floor. Yeah, and then in this room that we are gonna spawn into, we have to go up. We have to go all the way up.
Up.
Up. What's up, Doc? And then we go
Oh,
up.
that's right. You were like, we should explore, and then we just went in the first
And then we
door.
explored. Yeah. So pretty and witty and
And gay, and I pity any girl who isn't me tonight.
okay, so
Why are
that's
you
where we
holding up?
went. So we will not go that way again.
Again.
We will go a new way now.
Ow.
Ooh, these stairs. Oh, wait, that moves. That is a passageway that we can eventually go through.
I got poissoned.
Poisson?
Les poissons, Steve.
Les poissons. Les poissons.
What's in here? What's gonna get me when I go in here? Nothing. There's just a hefty beast bone in here. It?
Hefty,
That's
hefty,
it?
hefty.
Oh, you're reading. Oh shit! You're not. I'm so sorry.
Did you hit a human? Did you hit a person?
Yes.
Oh no, on
Have you
spot.
come to your senses?
I'm
Now
so
there's
sorry.
No need for any
He's like, "Are you
hand-wringing.
done
The way.
with your tantrum?"
Much astonished.
Basically.
So,
Quite unable to move on.
after Lord Moke's
From what?
slaying at his dynastic palace, it
Uh-huh.
appears his body has been absconded.
His body has been absconded
Taken
with.
straight
Oh,
to kind
no.
Mikola. Surely
This is
you
where it gets
recall
kind of
that
fucked
I
up.
once served Lord Moog as a pureblood
I do not
knight
recall.
After failing him in every regard and losing sight of my
Okay, so
anything to make amends.
remember the
in
blood
whatever
guy,
legal way I can.
Mog,
Mm-hmm.
What could they
that we
possibly
fought,
mean
and there
by
was the
invitation?
egg that was like Mikola.
Right.
And everyone has been all pissed off at Mog because they were like, I can't believe you stole like Mikola, who is like the son of like Queen Marika, like, you know,
Right.
holy and sacred, and like, how could you do? So for years, everyone has been all pissed off at him, thinking that he's been like a weirdo and a creep, and like kidnapped Mikola for like weird, creepy, kidnappy reasons. And now that we killed Mog, suddenly they're like, oh, like, where did his body go? Like, that's so weird. Where did his body go? So,
Dun, dun, dun. Ow.
yeah.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
Well. Well.
Whelp. Ah.
Oh, did we both?
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
I think we died far enough.
I think so
after
too,
each
because I don't see any
other.
buddies.
And nothing has respawned.
The specimens. I know, the storehouse of the specimens.
Woo! Ow!
Crispy.
Ow. Ah!
Did you get your runes at least?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
He burned the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did make sure. Don't want to make that same mistake twice in the same fucking stream. Again.
Again. Okay, so there's multiple stairs, right?
It's like a library.
It's a specimen storehouse.
I got a smithing stone.
A specimen storehouse.
Yes, smithing stone 8.
Smithing stones? That's so convenient. That's so lucky.
So great.
Oh, there's a man. Not the moon!
Get wrecked.
Get bleeded on, bitch!
Get wrecked, my good sir. Oh. Okay, now.
I definitely did a lot of butt things this stream. If you want to call it a fucking stream, I guess you can. Okay.
Whoa.
Listen.
Whoa. Called out. Wait,
All I
this?
did was hit somebody in the butt over and over and over. And over.
And over.
And over. Fuck you for reading.
Wow.
Ow, ow.
Don't read, chat. Don't read.
He'll come for you. Ow, ow.
Where did that come from?
He's
Oh
a
my,
man.
where is he? Oh my, 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 oh me, oh my. Oh me, oh my, oh me, oh my. Ah. Ah.
Okay, you're just gonna follow me down the stairs? That's just rude. Okay, I'm dead. Good. That means I don't have to stab you, Nikki.
Wow. Hmm.
I like how my closed captions were like, no, we're not gonna put that part in. I
When-
said
yeah, the
Dude.
subtitles just give up. They're like, you know,
My subtitles are like, you
figure it
probably
out. Figure it out.
don't.
Or you won't. One or the other.
It's probably fine. Where the fuck are my runes? So many runes are behind this man. Are there other stairs? Okay, I might be able to get them this way. Not the man. Oh good, they're up here. The man is down there. He's the one who murdered me.
Not this man right here.
No, the man down these stairs. He followed me down the stairs.
Well, I'm gonna murder this man.
Okay.
Or try to.
Ah! Don't.
He's one hit. Oh, he's like literally one hit away from death right now.
We both died basically simultaneously. I hope there's enough that all of the men don't come back. These men with their fire and their bullshit.
No, the men are back.
The men are back.
The men are back.
Oh, why did we have to-
I know.
Fucking run for it. If I can get I'll take no for an answer. I really don't. These men.
Do they ever, Nikki?
Ow! Don't hit me with your fucking wrench.
Okay.
My runes. And then we can fight all the men.
Oh, my runes are right here. Nice. Okay. Men. Moon.
Get. What we need to do is we need to stop, like, splitting the party.
Yeah. That's probably not a great idea. All right, did you get your runes? Did we kill that man? Let's kill that man.
We did not kill that man. That man was over here.
We should kill that man.
We're gonna kill that.
All right, I'm gonna moon him. No, he moved. Get back over here and face the moon. Face the moon like a man. No, not like that. There we go. Good.
Got him.
Good.
Gouda.
Give me your sword. Okay. Men eliminated.
Get fucked, men.
Eliminated.
LMNOP.
LMNOP.
You attacking men with the moon and blood? Yes, 100%.
Witchcraft.
Uh-huh.
Correct. So we're attacking men with our periods.
We all know that men couldn't handle it, so it makes sense.
I want to go right here. Up.
I want to climb on his... I'm going to climb on this man. I'm on his butt.
I want to climb on this man. Words you hear on GG stream.
There's a thing to loot over there. Ooh, there's stuff to loot. Good idea.
I will come and loot after I've murdered.
Okay. Oh god, I thought I missed. Oh my god. Ooh, a grace. Ooh, and a cross. This was apparently the way we were supposed to go.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it is. It's
feels
okay.
bad.
You did it. It's okay.
I touched the grace.
Oh no, a fireman! Ah!
I'm coming back. I'm dying.
Oh no. How did you die? How did you perish?
I will give you 2 guesses.
Oh,
As to how I
I assume it's something to do with gravity.
Gigi, please.
Oh no. Oh no.
Here though, there's a thing over here to loot.
There's many things to loot.
Ooh, this way? Is this how you get there? Probably not. This is a bad idea.
No, that's not it.
Okay.
That's not the way.
Oh, it kind of was. You just needed to jump from the table. Two guesses and the first one doesn't count. Uh-huh. Oh no, it's a fireman.
Wait, where are my runes? Oh, why are they over here?
No, no. Ow, 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 no. Ah, oh.
Oh, I just got here.
It appears that I have perished.
It does appear that way.
It appears as though I've simply perished.
Woo! Got
See if I can
him.
Successfully jump again. Where did this man come from? There's another man. Oh, you just killed him. Oh my god, that's so close.
Oh, this is the
time.
same man.
The
This
same
is a
man?
loop.
What loop?
See, with his pizzas over there?
Uh-huh.
This is a loop.
Oh. Wow.
No, that's why I was like, where did he come from? But it makes sense because it's a loop.
I lose.
A loop.
Did we get all the things to look? No, there's a thing over there. How do we get there?
Where?
Oh, we jumped down.
Oh, in his hair. There's a thing in his hair there. Wait, where?
No, over here.
Oh, yeah, no, I got that one. Yeah.
Oh. And his hair.
Yeah, like... You can see it over here. See, it's like in his hair.
How do you get that?
Probably when you lower or lift this stuff. Spoiler, sorry. Yeah, we're gonna like lift. We're gonna like lift and like move the statues around. There's like levers the higher up we go.
Got it. Spoilers.
Spoilers.
Oops. It's fine.
Okay.
Go climb on him's Pete's.
Touch cross. I've been in here, my arm dextral. Ooh. Cut off his third arm. You know what that means.
Fuck. I always forget that if I just hold the
A bat!
run button, that I will go backwards, and I almost just did the fucking thing again.
Oh no.
Where I
Alright,
just
level.
backed up off the edge.
Level. Okay. Let's
I
go.
can level up too.
Yeah. Yeah, I told you we're gonna start cranking in runes now.
Get cranking.
Cranking.
Oh, I've also got a Scadutree.
A Skadooch. Did you not spend your Skadooch?
I just did.
Yeah, that's what I meant. You didn't spend it when we got it.
I didn't see that I had gotten one.
Ah.
I didn't actually rest here. I just touched it. Hang on, I need to smash 2K's worth. You smashing?
Smash.
They're gonna come back.
Smash. 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 Wait, oh, I stood on your head and then you just stood up.
Oh man.
Oh, man.
Jeez. Jeez Louise.
Oh, man. What? Oh, my God. Oh, shit.
Look.
That must be what it's like to receive the moon in your fucking face.
Okay. Oh. Yep, bitch.
Holy shit, I just arrived and I had a fucking gold beam in my face. Holy shit.
Both of us just.
Alright, I don't know where down goes, but there's more to the side.
There's a thing to loot over here.
I see that.
A golden beam.
Beam.
Do not. Don't you sully this
Holy
horseman.
shit. Holy shit, that was close.
This very modest and
This good Christian Minecraft server.
No, we
Mum's
said
the word. Beam.
We didn't say
Beam.
mum, we said beam. Ooh, look, display cases of bones.
Fireman!
Oh, no, I'm coming. Wait for rescue. Oh, look, a man.
What? No, he shot me out of the moon.
He shot you out of the moon?
He shot me out of the moon. No, don't.
Ow, you poor. Don't hurt my friend!
Oh, I think I traded with him.
You sure did. There's so many bones.
Bonds?
Bones?
Bonds? Bon
many
bons?
Oh, hello,
Don't
sir.
ask, Pixelbot.
Wrecked. What are you doing? Are you trying to sneaky kill me? That's not gonna work.
Okay, bot, I don't need your fucking attitude.
What bot say?
You ask a bot how they feel. Honestly, my circuits are just trying to keep up with all the "you died" messages. It's definitely going ... exactly as the all chill no skill tag promised, I guess.
Okay, rude. How dare? Hey, don't. You're short. Fucker. A man!
Where? Oh, I was like, where are you?
I was frightened by the man.
Men are
Just
pretty
appeared
scary.
in my way.
Why are there so many of them? Holy.
Oh no.
Oh, switch! We found a switch.
A switch?
I'm going to pull the switch. Pull the lever!
Remedy. Pull the lever, Crunk.
Everything's moving. Wow.
Wow. Where's him? Head now. Because there was the thing that was in here.
Yeah. Oh, so we can go this way for sure. Oh, he's right there. Oh, okay. So it drops. Okay. All right. Hold on. So we just have to go back down. And it's right at the edge of the bookcase now.
Great. Oh. There's a lady in there talking.
Where?
Now, Freya. Don't let it rile you up.
Oh.
In here.
By my lord.
No, there's not. There's a fireman.
Jungle.
Weak ass little bitches. What are you even doing here? Ow. That hurt. That hurt.
Might be above. She might be above us, because that
No,
definitely
it
wasn't
was-
her.
Yeah, it must be.
All right, let's go back down and get that, and then we'll keep going up, because we have to go another flight of stairs up.
Okay. Charlie bit me.
All right, where is he now? Oh, further down still.
Ooh, I think to loot. I didn't get before.
Oh, is that where that staircase goes?
What staircase?
Staircase outside that we didn't go to?
There's a staircase outside.
Yeah. Did you find it?
No.
Okay. Yeah, keep going straight, keep going straight. Yeah, right here.
No. I didn't see this before at all. At all. It's over here. A thing. A Shadow Realm rune.
Rune?
Rune.
Rune? Oh, okay. So it's the one that's directly below us.
We can just jump down.
Yeah, I was just making sure there's something else over here. Which it doesn't look like there is. Okay, yeah, we can just jump right here. Whee!
Ow! What the fuck, bro? There's a lot of small men.
There's a fireman too.
Okay.
Fuck. Ah, fuck. Come on, I need to drink some blue. Damn it, yep.
Good hit on me.
Good night, Andy.
Good night, Andy. Yes, go get some sleeps. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you.
Oh no, there go all my runes because I just slipped and I missed that jump just by slipping. It's fine.
A large man. Okay, a fireman. Okay, bye. See you on Tuesday.
Tuesday. I know, I'm almost back. I'm almost back.
I died.
Oh. Yeah, this is the man who got me.
The same man?
Yeah. I got him. I got him.
I need to be careful. I had like 100 and something thousand words.
Oh, the Pearl Drake +3. That's kind of cool. Why does that door not open? And she ran back out of the room. That's funny.
Correct.
She's like, no
That is
fucking
correct.
thanks. I don't want any of that.
I don't want no man. She gets it 100%. Nope. The man is still here. The man is still here. Okay.
Wait, what man? Oh, a different man?
Apparently a different man.
Oh no. Okay, hold on.
I got my runes at least.
That's
but I was
good.
just like, oh shit.
Man down.
Get fucked, bitch.
All right. So is that? I think that's everywhere we can go here. So now we just have to go back up.
I'm the only one who went that way, so give me a second. I
Okay.
need to go the way that you had gone previously.
Oh, okay.
To storehouse 4th floor?
Yes. And then you go outside. You go all the way up.
Start yelling at me like there's a man. Why are you
Why
still
is it? Get
here?
out! Don't you know, Mom? It's not safe.
No men. None. None at all. I have it fucking stuck in my head and it will not go away. Which way? This way?
Yep.
I'm lost.
And then upstairs, I will wait here.
Will I ever make sense of this
I will
jungle?
wait
lost
here.
forever.
No, you're not lost.
Will I ever
Just until you find the stairs.
Hello.
I hear you. I hear you, Pete's. Hi. Okay,
Pete.
upstairs.
Oh, there's all these dead men
I know. Just the
from
way I
when we
like them.
murdered them. Just the way I like them. It's the preference.
Oh, Grace and this lady.
Lady Grace.
Yeah, the Freya. I knew she was above us talking. All right,
I'm
Freya,
afraid
what's
I'm
up?
busy.
I'm afraid I'm busy. I'm afraid you could suck my dick.
I'm
Oh, yeah.
afraid I'm busy.
Truly.
Oh my gosh.
I'm afraid I'm busy. Truly. I should have asked Anthrax to impart his knowledge when I had
By
the
my
chance.
lord.
Wait, we talked to him already. Do we have to go back and talk to him again?
By my lord. Will
Maybe.
I ever make sense of this jumble?
I'm just gonna fast travel to this real quick. Whomst do we need to talk to?
So that other man that's a couple floors below that you so violently met
Okay, listen.
is Ansbach. Hi, Dave. Don't say anything mean to Dave.
I wasn't gonna. It's the way that I greet Dave.
No! Stop.
With love.
Stop greeting him like that.
I'm just kidding.
I'm just
I
kidding.
would
We love you, Dave. Dave, I went chupacabra hunting for like 2 hours and I still didn't find it. But somebody said that one of the hunting challenges will be for it, and that it won't spawn until you have the hunting challenge. And I don't know if that's true or not. How do I get over there?
Where are you?
I went and I spoke to the lady, and then I just went across the hall. I'm just across the hall.
Oh, I went down the stairs. You said we had to go talk to that man.
Yeah, but I was just looting across the hall. All right, so I'm gonna go to first floor, and then I'm gonna go talk to that man, and then I'm gonna go back up. Thank you for lurking, Dave. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you away.
Yeah, because
so
you're so mean. You're so mean to my chat.
I'm so mean and so scary. I understand.
Oh my. George Takai.
Okay.
I know, but it doesn't rhyme with oh my.
Oh, okay. You're right. My bad. I was gonna fast travel to hang out with you, but you're murdering so many. that-
I'm not sure where I'm missing the room here. He's here. He's on this level, I'm pretty sure, right? Oh, here he is. 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 I found him.
You found him?
I found him. Hello,
What
sir.
could they possibly have in mind for the implication?
Hand over the secret scroll?
Well,
What's that?
Do we have a secret scroll?
I can hand it over.
even the truth.
I
was
handed
itself
it
mere folly.
over.
As if using Lord
Feels like something
Mold
that I
to gain
probably also
entrance
need to
the
do,
land
doesn't
of
it?
shadow
I'm not sure.
He plans
Ow,
to
ow,
use his
ow.
corpse
Who's shooting fire
as
at
the
me?
vessel of his king
His
consort.
plans to use his corpse.
Forsaken Lord Oak's soul. He desires
His
only
corpse.
the empty shell.
His
I
corpse.
beg relief, but I'm afraid Tender Mikola fails to grasp the humiliation implied by this act. One thing is certain. My dear lord deserved better.
Oh my.
Righteous, you have given me, but I can
Where
hardly
is that
bear
man?
more curse it. I could spend
Wait, no, I want to tell you about Freya. There you go.
Freya by the god. She must be feeling the need
there he
to
is.
reaffirm
Remember having
her
to seek out the
allegiance
Chupacabra
before she
endgame?
heads to war. But
And other people have said that the unicorn won't spawn till the Chupacabra's dead.
thanks to you, yes.
Letter for Freya.
Let's
Perhaps
go for her.
Perhaps this is the
Okay.
only
Yep.
You got the letter for Freya?
Yep.
Okay, so now we go to 7th floor? Yes. Yes, 7th heaven. 7th heaven.
Hi, driver.
Hi, driver.
How are you?
What is going on? Chill, 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 chill. USB sounds. Chill USB sounds.
Welcome.
Schwelcome.
You be good.
I'm afraid
Oh
I
my
truly.
We
Pass on the
spent
letter.
4 hours fighting a fucking
Me?
sunflower.
What on earth could it?
My god.
Yes, as the festival of war, but kindly Mikola, which is fine.
have a
by
letter
me.
for
I know
you.
it would pain old Jaren, but war has always suited General Radahn best.
Have a letter.
And certainly far more endless war to envisage as befits General Radahn, the Great Lion. Thank you.
We did.
Now I
We did
finally
vanquish
cast
the
off my
very
restraints.
angry
Give my
sunflower.
regards to Honorable Ansgar.
Yeah.
Tell him to face your
After
bow would be
hitting it
fine
so many
enough,
times in the butt.
but to face your blade
Yeah.
would be an honor. All that remains is the fight.
Okay.
All that remains.
Okay, so do we have to talk to him again or no?
Oh no.
I'm gonna
don't
go
think
one more time. I don't know. Didn't seem it was not. It was very difficult, and I was waiting with bated breath for Gigi to find out that it did not have 2 but had 3 phases.
It
And
happened.
it happened, but it took a very long time, and then she was like, "Wait, what?"
I was like, God,
And it was kind of like an anticlimactic. Like, she was just
No,
like, "Oh,
that's
okay."
that's not what I was like. He doesn't have another one, fucking does he? And then he did, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh God.
Yeah. All right, he is not down here anymore, so I'm coming back up.
Okay.
Gigi did do lots of butt stuff. It's true.
Okay.
Yeah. You can't have it both ways.
Listen, I didn't. I didn't.
Okay, that way, and then yes, this way.
So fun.
Okay.
There's a thing. No,
Whee! What?
there's a thing on the statue. Hold on.
What statue?
There's a thing. The thing that I just tried to jump onto and missed. Where we jumped down.
Oh. Oh yeah, I got that one. Yeah.
I did not. This revered spiritash.
Stash.
Spiritash.
Spiritash.
Simultaneously. Oh my god. The. Once again, we are all putting words into my mouth that have different implications than what I said.
No.
No.
They're the exact same words. They're the same picture.
No. No, no, no. Ah!
Whee! Oh, that's a fucking... Okay, why? Why is there a stake of America here? Why?
A stake of America?
Mm-hmm. It is true. She bragged. She bragged about her butt stuff, too. She was like, this is where I'm strongest.
I mean...
Where's the lie?
I said I'm really good at hitting him in the butt.
She said I'm really good at butt stuff, okay?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said I'm really good at hitting him in the butt. That's the opposite of the implication.
Gigi's never gonna play a game with me ever again.
You want me to only stream with you?
Forever!
This is how I'm gonna be treated?
And only me exclusively!
Yeah, no solo stream, only stream with teams.
Yeah.
Ow, you whore. I hate you guys.
Oh, he's got like big dammies. Okay. Oh! Okay.
I got him.
She'll do, be careful, she'll do butt stuff. It's true.
Oh! Look at all these flame ashes of
I
war.
know. After.
You know, we
We
probably
did it.
should have gone.
And I
the
did
way
it with
we-
I did it with Frost, okay? So it's fine.
Gotta get us.
A skadooch.
Skadoosh, skadoosh.
Skadooch.
Skadoosh, skadoosh.
Skadooch.
Skadoosh, skadoosh.
Oh wait, this is here? Oh, okay. I didn't realize this is here. Okay. Well, we could try this a few times.
Oh no. How many?
This is only a 2-phase boss. 1 health bar, 2 phases.
Hang on, I've got. Let me get like 14k, and then I'll level up, and then we can do it.
Oh yeah, what am I at? Because I lost mine. Yeah, I'm only at 77. To finish Raft? Oh, I'm sorry. Raft is actually one of the games that Gigi and I will be playing during our exclusivity. I'm sorry. I hate that you have to find out like this. Whew, that's embarrassing.
I like how we're talking about this as though I have agreed.
I know.
I have said no such thing. Once again, this stream is just putting words in my mouth.
No.
No,
Oh, you
no,
should
no,
go
no.
in so you can be in the cutscene.
Okay. Say a nice
Mongrel intruder.
Hello?
That's what he's gonna say. He's gonna say,
Hello?
mongrel intruder.
Mongrel.
Mongrel.
Mongrel intruder.
Hello. That's not very nice.
Does
I have a
mother
very-
truly sanction one so bereft of light?
It seemeth.
Well, you're ahead of me.
No, I skipped.
Oh.
See. Wouldst thou truly lordship sanction?
In one so
I've heard this so many
Him's a
times. Him's a snake. Him's a snake boy.
Snake boy.
Him's
No step on snake.
Him's snack.
my purpose standeth unchanged.
Oh, he's got legs for days.
And arms for days. Look at his arms go down to his knees.
Stripped of the grace of gold shall all
Beat death.
Oh no.
So I know you didn't see the cover of anything, but this was the guy on the cover of the DLC.
Okay. Oh no.
Okay, hi. He's gonna charge in. Yep. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Okay, take this. Drop that. Moon.
Sir. Ow. Okay.
Alright, he's very far over here. I'm trying.
I No, it's okay. He just only has eyes for me. Snake, snake, oh, it's a
It's a snake. Alright, I'm actually pretty decent at him, so hold on, let me die so we can try together.
Mushroom, a badger, a mushroom.
Come on. Impale me, daddy, please.
Oh.
His name is Messmer the Impaler, like, come on.
I mean, that part, sure.
There's a snake in the plane!
In the embrace
I'm
of
motherfucking tired of these motherfucking snakes on these
what,
motherfucking plane.
Say,
Impale me?
Daddy? Oh, not the daddy? You don't like daddy?
Daddy?
Excuse me, but daddy?
I'm feeling a little judged.
It feels like you are trying to restrict her speech.
Have you heard of this thing called the First Amendment?
Have you heard about the First Amendment? It says that I can say whatever the fuck I want.
With no consequences for any of my actions.
Says.
No consequences for any of my actions.
No consequences.
It's the First Amendment.
The First
like,
Amendment.
Go to history school.
He does very much want to impale, doesn't he?
Oh yes, he loves impaling. It's his favorite thing.
Excuse me, father. Oh, but he doesn't like bleeding, I've learned.
Or frost.
Our Lord, devoid of life. No, mother. Forgive me.
Oh, he's being very dramatic right now. Oh, poke him in the eye.
He not gonna poke.
No! I don't like it.
Smush.
Oh, eyeballs aren't supposed to do that.
Wrong vibe?
Driver did the command. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I can't help. They always make them super gross. It's horrendous.
I mean, it's just an eye.
He stabbed himself in the eye.
He didn't. He just pulled it out.
Ah, with his grody ass fingers.
Well, okay, so like lore drop, like that actually is a little seal that keeps this form inside. Now he's like fucked up. The abyssal serpent. In a dream like this, Dave, that's scary.
It's so scary. He's an impaler. He impales
Okay,
himself.
okay, snack, big snack, big snack, ah, big snack.
No, 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 no. I need to heal real bad. Okay.
Oh no. Oh no, big snack.
Okay.
Oh, big snack. Oh, big snack. Oh no. Heals.
Do not attack me. I would like to beat on you. Do not attack me, please. Okay. I need you. No.
And oblivion, as shall I. Let's go, GG, let's go, GG.
Oh my god, the frame rate!
Oh, you got impaled. Daddy?
Daddy? Oh my god.
It makes sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense, but it kind of makes sense because he's mommy's brother.
You're going to leave? Driver, you shouldn't have said anything. This is entirely your doing.
Just saying. He is Melania's brother.
We are here to troll, my friend.
My Melania.
Gross.
Why?
I don't know.
Why gross?
I don't know. It just felt right.
Wooed.
I didn't realize that he was totes naked after the second phase.
Yeah, he's very snaky. What the fuck even clipped me there?
In the embrace of
Messmer's flame.
I like how my mimic is just like, here, have a grenade, bitch.
I was knocked to their eye socket and I could see it. And did you pull it out and then go smash it?
Okay. I don't like eyeball stuff. Like, it freaks me out. I don't like it.
It's so stupid, but I do it every time.
No, it's not your fault, Dave. No, it's totally fine. It's the fucking visual. The guy, he did it. He had his fingy and he went bleh into his eyeball.
He went bleh.
Bleh. We saw it. I was there. You were there.
And he went bleh.
We're all witnesses. He went bleh. The fucking eyeball.
I think he went.
Oh, I forgot to get my numbers last time. Oh, well. I only had like 1,500. You are all in on my mimic. Damn. She has no fear. She has no health, but she's gonna do it anyway.
Okay, you ready? We have to see the
Snakes!
snake, a big snake, ah, snake.
Snake, snake, oh, it's a snake. He murdered me.
What?
The snake got me. I thought I could avoid. Oh no! Are you with your snake?
lightless creature. Embrace
Like start in oblivion, as
Snake
shall
got
I. Okay.
I hate when I get got by a snake.
Yeah, I don't like getting snaked either.
Snake.
Snake, oh, a snake, it's a snake.
Badger.
Mushroom, mushroom.
A badger.
The danger noodle did indeed. Which country is nestled directly to the south of Estonia? I don't know. Lithuania is your guess?
Estonia's pretty north. Belarus. Why'd you have to give me the age of the meme, Ferret?
Well, that's just disrespectful, honestly.
Oh, shit.
Oh, you got impaled.
Impale me, Daddy? Jesus.
Yeah, yeah. He said bet.
You said you Latvia. And then my own. I miss not being dead. Snake. Don't step on Snake.
Lifeless creature.
Oh, that was like almost my whole health bar.
I know, it was crazy. I know, the multiplayer, when it sometimes goes crazy after you die and the other person is still going, like the stamina bar will be all the way to the end.
Yeah, oh yeah, if you're watching from, from Juju's point of view.
Forever stamina! Infinite stamina!
Infinite stamina!
Infinite!
Infinite stamina! Alright, I'm gonna... I was gonna say I'll mimic after, but I'll mimic phase 1. I was gonna say phase 2, but...
I was thinking of also doing that, but then I almost died.
Okay, Moon.
I am dead.
Oh. Did he impale you? What happened?
He got me with some fire, and then I was trying to heal.
Oh, he got my mimic.
Got impaled.
Oh, that was not far enough.
He's trying to just get to the gut. Very important.
Take the grace of God, channeling death.
You got
In the
impaled.
embrace
Of Messmer's flame. In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
This is how you feel playing Balatro? Getting impaled?
What kind of game is Balatro? Wait,
playing
I'm not
Balatro
back
wrong.
yet.
In all of the
Can you
times
rest?
I have never once been impaled. I feel like you're doing something. Or maybe I'm doing something wrong.
You know what
Shit.
you need to do, Dave? Solves everything.
Why are we like this?
I don't know, dude. We fought a fucking sunflower for 4.5 hours, man. Bruh. Bruh.
Bruh. Bruh. Sir. Moon.
Bro, he is like so obsessed with me.
Grace of God,
He is
channeling
so obsessed
death.
with you.
In the embrace of Messmer's.
Oh no. Oh, you tried to impale me. Suck it.
The sound you make trying to outsmart the hiccups? No, it's the sound I make when I perish.
That guy did like nothing. You died and it was like, well, oops.
Okay.
I'm a passenger princess in this game.
No.
Mm-mm. No. No. Oh shit, you're in there. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just gonna wait for his charge. Which I fucked up. That's fine.
Hello. Oh no. Ow. Fuck you. What are you gonna throw that at? What you doing? What, you just chilling over there, buddy? Did you put out your mimic?
Yeah?
Oh, okay. I didn't see them, so he was just like moving into nothing. What is happening right now?
Woo.
I don't like that fucking stutter step ass move. Like, bitch, be a little more gentle. Oh no, he's about to impale me. I got
This creature.
Damba.
Damba.
Damba. Simba.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was so stupid. No, it was the fact that she just like so quietly was like Simba. Oh god. That actually got me. My eyes were watering for a second there.
Okay. Oh, no.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
Oh boy.
Oh, that was too funny.
Excuse me, Rafiki, thank you very much.
Yeah, come on.
Ridiculous.
Don't be ridiculous. Don't be absurd.
What are you even thinking of here?
He's the
Fucking
king.
impossible.
King of Pride Rock. Rafiki is the man. There's a difference. I'm impaled. I'm alive. Oh no, I'm not.
You're not.
Sign oblivion, as shall
I
I.
promise. I got it. I've been impaled so many times.
No, you're not. I promise.
Silly Pink.
Oh no. I had like a sliver of health left, and then he was like, now I'm gonna light you on fire. First I impaled you, but now I'm gonna light you on fire.
You thought you could survive.
Oh god.
Shit.
This one's totally doable, which is the best part.
It's that we're like 6 hours in. That's what it is. We're 6 hours in and we're feeling very silly right now. Oh,
I've been
shit.
cornered. There we go.
Exploded through the door again. Fucking. Just a couple of silly billies. Oh, he's frozen. He's not moving. Oh, he's moving now. Oh, he moved.
Oh, he moved.
He moved.
Oh,
Of gold, shadow, death. In the embrace of
sure.
Messmer's
Sure.
So, how's everybody doing?
You all hanging in there? You doing good? You feeling good?
So yeah, you know, everybody having a good time? You gotta go piss, girl. Okay, have fun, go piss, girl. I believe in you.
I hope we don't have diarrhea.
I hope you do.
Wow.
Listen, I don't know.
Enjoy that diarrhea, I guess.
Our pet's here. One of us is gonna be correct. Ah, fucking explosion! They're gonna be, don't worry. It's okay, driver. I died immediately, so... It's so hot in my house right now. It's both sides of my pillow are gonna be warm. So thank you for, like, wishing reality upon me.
What?
grace of gold, shadow, death.
What?
See? Nikki gets it. I don't know what your situation is, driver. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
I mean it.
Yours wasn't mean. Mine was mean. I didn't mean to be mean. Okay, driver. You know what? Maybe that's why we're not winning this very well. There's not enough butt stuff going on. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's worth a try.
You.
I got impaled. That's not even true. I got exploded.
Stripped of the grace of gold,
I got
shadow, death.
so exploded. I got the most exploded. For sure. That's not...
That is what you said. I'm sorry, but that is what you said. We can play it back, chat. We can play it back. I've been impaled.
Oh, you might live.
I
Too much eye contact, literally. Too much physical eye contact. Stop.
Where the fuck is he? There he is.
Too many snakes. Too many snakes. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, but listen.
Woo!
I just want to hit you. Damn it. Did you not fucking...
Oh. We can do this. Let's go. We got this.
Oh, fuck.
Everything's fine, chat.
We're doing so good right now. Like mentally.
We're
That
like
is
so mentally stable.
the most stable. Okay, didn't get fucked up by his explosion this time. Oh my god, he is on my ass! Sir!
Nice.
Done so much dodging that I can't even do an extended blood attack.
Oh my gosh.
Stop moving! I'm trying to bleed on you.
Oh no, I need to heal, please, sir.
Bully him! Oh no, shit! Fuck. Is the mental stability in the room with us? I mean, in some semblance. Some might call it instability, but stability's in the word. Fuck.
We got it.
You got him?
We got him. Let's fucking go.
We did it!
Let's fucking go. Whoa. First try, baby. First try. First try, baby. First try. Alright, what do I need 4,000 more? Is that really what I need? That's so funny.
Well, let's do a bit more football. I need... Oh, no, perfect. I have literally 100...
Literally?
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 No, that's my level. I have 1,000 remaining.
169. Wait, it's my level.
Listen, there are both small numbers and I wasn't sure which one was the right one, okay?
No more Impaler. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, driver.
Seek fluid
I know how
you.
upsetting that is for you. Over here acting like they just won the Super Bowl.
What do you mean?
We're gonna go to Disneyland after this.
That we just did like literally so good.
Will we?
What do we just did so good.
Aren't you proud of us? All I want is for you to say that you're proud of me, please. What's going on? What you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm just praying.
Oh.
Okay. How much? I don't know how much longer you want to go because we have like 2 brand new areas to start.
It is 11:30.
Yeah. I think this is when we normally would like be getting ready to wrap it up.
Yeah. We probably should.
We probably should. We defeated so many bosses today. 3.
Widowy. Listen.
First try.
That's a lot.
Widowy. First try sunflower. Widowy. First try hippopotamus. Widowy. First try impaler.
The Impaler daddy.
Daddy impaler.
Daddy Impaler.
Widowy. First try.
Widowy. First try.
Widowy.
Widowy.
I know you guys are jealous, but it was just Widowy the first try. It's okay.
Widowy.
Alright, let's go back to round table.
Okay.
Widowy!
Driver, again, you shouldn't have said something. It's really your fault.
First time Chupacabra!
Chupacabra.
Chupacabra! Chupacabra!
Chirpacurber.
First try Chupacabra. I'm sorry, guys. We're leaving, okay? We're leaving. We're leaving, okay?
No.
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 Finger Gertrude has returned to their world.
Oh.
Oh.
No.
That's what I said.
Oh no. Okay.
All right, guys, we are making progress.
Of a sort.
Yeah, we made progress. We made story progress tonight. Messmer's story progress.
Yeah. And we murdered a fucking sunflower.
And we murdered a sunflower.
It only took us 4 hours today.
Yeah. Yeah. You mean we had to lock in. We just had to lock in, you know?
Really, I just needed to focus in on what I'm best at.
Which is what?
Slow and steady butt stuff.
Beautiful. And with that, I'm gonna call it here.
Oh my god! Sometimes you just gotta
Slow
steer
and
into the
steady
skid.
butt stop. Oh god.
Just steer into the skid. You know, that's what they say. That's how you avoid things going badly, right?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's what they say. That's exactly what they say. I've heard that's what they say, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right. I don't even think I'm gonna just
I
check
sure
for a
hope that
raid, but
words get taken out of context. Wouldn't that be terrible?
that'd be so crazy if that happened.
That'd be insane. No one would ever do that. Moles isn't here, so
The only person who's on right now is Dirge, but he's playing Scaly. He's playing Silent Hill.
to you.
I'm good. We had a silly little stream. I'm good. I'm good calling it here, honestly.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Thanks for hanging out for butt stuff. I mean, for stream.
Sorry about no butt stuff next week. I mean,
Yeah,
Elden
no butt stuff next week, guys. No butt stuff next week, unfortunately.
No.
I have to find something else to play.
I gotta go be a nerd next week.
I know. She's gonna go see Jurassic Park live, so she might not survive because there's gonna be dinosaurs there.
I will probably be dead.
There's gonna be dinosaurs there, so she's probably gonna
100%.
die.
I'm gonna get eaten by a dinosaur like the lawyer.
On the toilet?
On the toilet, yes.
Wow.
When you gotta go, you gotta
When you
go.
gotta go, you gotta go. Life finds a way. Life finds a way.
Pink's makeup looks so good. I want to see it.
Thanks. It's silver.
Oh, yay. You put makeup on your face. I haven't put makeup on my face.
I did. I only put makeup on my face for stream so I don't look like an actual like dead person.
Which is what I used to do, and then I got sad.
Yeah.
So
Sad does it. I just don't put my camera on if I'm sad.
I'll stop being sad at some point.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging out.
Okay, I love you guys. I'll see you on Tuesday.
I'll probably be live tomorrow. I think I'm gonna start Claire Obscure tomorrow.
Ooh.
I think so. I
need to pick that up.
Yeah. Either that or Red Dead 2. We'll see. We'll see what I feel like. Bye, guys. Bye.
Bye, guys. I love you all. Good night. Bye.
Bye.
Aww.